You and me on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. Through him, 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 you and me, one, you and me, you and we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You want it, 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 you and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes.
get my mama straight. I'ma put it on the line, counting every breath I take. Gotta hustle for that bag, for that beamer, for that jag, for that shot, for that lag. With the diamond in the bag, I've been grinding till it's late, trying to get my mama straight. I'ma put it on the line, counting every breath I take. Runners go up, runners go up, runners go up, runners go up, Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like organs. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
항상 번번이 국제대회에서 좀 솔직히 아쉽지도 않게 계속 탈락하는 모습이 보여서 그때마다 많이 실망했는데 이번에는 그런 실수도 하지 않게
我觉得他们是没有京东厉害的，然后他们也输给T1。 所以那我们也输给了京东，所以我觉得我们跟他们，我们肯定会赢他们。我觉得多兰还是有一些很亮眼的操作的，但是我觉得他游戏整体的话，可能打法就是没有那么聪明吧，所以我会利用这一点赢下他。
경계되는 선수는 맞지만 전혀 무서운 선수는 아니라고 생각하고 저도 어떻게 대처해야 할지 되게 많이 알고 있다고 생각하기 때문에 자신 있습니다.
我觉得所有人都知道 Chovy 是一个对线很强的中单，然后我也觉得他对线非常强吧。其实我也是想打根基的时候，如果能换线，我也想去主动跟人对线，我想去主动教给他一把。
일단 지금까지 경기에서 BLG가 수업 전략을 많이 선보였다고 생각이 드는데 수비 선수도 되게 구도를 잘 아는 선수이기 때문에 그냥 하던 대로 하면 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
我可能想对多兰说，这次碰到我，我觉得你要惨了。然后虽然说你们的中单很强，但是如果他 C 了一把，那我就换去中路把他也打爆。
I love it! Vin's not holding any punches, and it's crunch time here at MSI 2023. 2 more best of 5s until the grand final on Sunday, with elimination on the line every day. Welcome back to the Copper Box Arena, live from London, as Gen G and BLG are going to take to the stage to see who gets the honor of fighting T1. My name is Shax, and I'm joined by Emily, Chronicler, and Dagda at the desk. London, you're quiet today. I know it's not full yet, but come on. All right. Listen, I know what you're thinking. Yesterday was just so incredibly insane. How can today top it? It might.
What? When I am hearing Bin saying, I don't just want to beat Doran, I want to move to mid lane, I want to beat Chovy too.
He seems more excited to face Chovy than to face Doran.
Yeah. It's true. Reading that how you will. But as I said yesterday, pressure cooker here in the Copper Box Arena. JDG versus T1 Chronicler. What do you have to say about that series?
It was incredible.
Yeah.
Obviously, the game 5 not necessarily going the way that I personally was hoping to, but regardless, if you're a fan of League of Legends, that series was incredible, right? It went to 5 games, some top-notch team fighting, and JDG reaching an international finals for the first time in the Org's history.
Being an LPL fan, that just makes it all the sweeter. It was such a good series, but to see the patience that we got from JDG, Knight stepping up massively on that international stage, even getting that player of the series, and then as well, just looking at how well they were able to play around Ruler. Like, this is the JDG so many people were hoping to see come to MSI.
Yeah, and when we talk about, because I know I've repeated it ad nauseum on the desk, like, it's all about team fights. It's not just about, like, Guma Yushi versus Ruler, right? It's about how the team plays around it, and that's where I thought Knight and 369 were absolutely stunning in a lot of these team fights. They set up Ruler so well for success, and there you see Knight, like, I'm so happy to see him having this performance on the international stage, because the narrative around him was always, oh, he performs so well domestically, and we've never been able to see that internationally, and now finally seeing it here in London is fantastic.
Yes, indeed. This is the bracket as it plays out. T1 still gets a chance. They get to face the winner of today's match, and then the winner of that will get to face JDG in our final on Sunday. An interesting thing Jad yesterday said on the desk, he said, you know, no, I'm kidding. It was all interesting, but specifically this about the draft, I thought, is that he said that the game was played at such a high level, or the games were played at such a high level, that at pro play you often say, of course, draft matters a lot, but since it's being executed upon differently by each team, it might not matter as much. And he said actually it became full circle and draft started mattering a ton again.
Yeah, and particularly for T1, I think that is a sore topic. There is, of course, also a lot of gameplay elements to talk about. We saw the 4v5 engage, right? And in general, the Nautilus, the Kindred not really working out. But I do think that T1, with specifically his roster over the last 2 years, have struggled a lot, and that's why they often get to game 5s, but then in that game 5, some of the adaptations that I think we were often expecting don't come through.
And that was one of the big talking points we had. It's traditionally in the finals where it goes wrong in the best of 5. They were 3-0 coming into that series, wherein it wasn't in the finals, but actually having that first loss there does hinder them quite a lot. Like, I gotta say though, JDG, they played outstanding. Like, this wasn't exactly what I think a lot of people were expecting coming in. And even in the games where JDG did end up losing, I think they still looked very, very strong. So I'm really curious now, if T1 do manage to run the gauntlet now and get back in the finals,
I mean, what a banger of a
Yeah.
finals that would be.
Yes, it would indeed. And we will have to see who will end up facing T1. And Gen G is definitely favored today. But BLG's story is one of defying expectations. And they will need to do it again today. Laura caught up with Candace for more insight on the underdogs.
And we're back here at MSI 2023 ahead of BLG versus Gen G. And I have the honor of being joined by Candace, the LPL host. It's the first time we do a segment together, and I'm really, really happy about it. How do you feel about today's game? How are you excited?
I'm very excited of the BLG series against Gen G.
Yeah.
And also we are kind of expecting they can perform and also like prove themselves in this tournament.
Yeah, I can imagine it. I think it's a big surprise for everyone to find BLG here at MSI. Can you talk me through their run, how it was in the LPL, and how did you guys perceive the fact that BLG made it to MSI and defied expectations?
At the very beginning, we're not expecting BLG to maybe get here at MSI at the beginning of the spring season, but they made their miracle run through the second round of the playoffs. They win all the best of 5 series before the spring final and even get JDG into the game 5, a very intense series. And also, I think the BLG added Coach Tubby to their coaching staff, and also they have the sub-support player, Lu Mao, as their support player sub. So they help them a lot to improve their vision game and also the mentality of the players.
Yeah.
So the resilience that they proved in the playoffs, I think is the best thing they can pull out in the whole playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, 26 games throughout the LPL playoffs, an insane amount of games. And I think it makes sense to talk about the staff because when you look at BLG as a team, they have 2 experienced players. The rest of the team didn't really play on the international stage and are fairly new to prove themselves here. So I think it's really interesting insights that we have here. But I'm just wondering, how did the community react to BLG qualifying? How was it perceived in the LPL?
I think I'm really proud of them because they all work well with each other and also they're really good friends with each other. Like they have really close relationship. They always hanging out together, and also we have a lot of interesting story about the players. They're really happy and also enjoy the life here in London. Also, that really appreciate the chance to practice with the top tier teams among the world.
Yeah. Practice, prove themselves, and we know how much the audience likes an underdog story, and even more when you know like the players like each other behind the scene. I want to talk about one player in particular because we've highlighted a lot of really good profiles within BLG, but I think On in the LPL is one of the fans' favorites. Can you tell me more about this, please?
Because all the audience will like have a meme about him, like very handsome. It's like handsome moves, and not only because he is very handsome, and also he's very creative in the Rift. He always have a really like creative mechanics, and you can see a lot of crazy moves on the map. That's why he got the nickname maybe handsome on in LPL.
On, when you think about it, it's like the only way for him is forward, and the more aggressive, the better it is as a support. Candice, thank you so much for joining me today. Best of luck to BLG
Thank
on
you
the
too.
Rift. And Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, one thing that I thought was really interesting that she mentioned was the addition of Tabe and Lumao, because we talk about the team, and Candice mentioned how they all get along really well together, and that's one of the driving forces behind their success. But in particular, Lumao was always cited back when he was on JDG with Yagao as a player who was really, really intelligent about the game. His Bard play actually took them to their first ever finals win when he was on JDG in 2020. So I was glad she mentioned some of their support staff as well who are here in London with them.
He also did famously say, I'm bored, let's go in. So I think that explains a lot about who On is now as a support player as well.
Yeah, it makes sense indeed.
Sometimes you just get bored, you know? You gotta do something.
And they gotta go in. Speaking of, let's hope they don't get bored in the draft and they cook up something good for us because it's going to be so important today, as it is every day, but maybe even more so when you're the underdog. So let's welcome Chronic Cookler to the desk, and we'll have a special chef cam.
Yes, I will grab my ingredients. Let me get those ready. What's very important when cooking is that you only prepare the best of ingredients, right? We only want high quality, locally sourced ingredients that make sure that we get a delicious dish here. The goal of this dish How do you beat Gen G if you're BLG? I'm going to start off with making something very clear. What we got over here, this, I don't know if you can see, this we don't want.
Ooh.
Okay.
Is that spoiled?
This I think we let it go.
Okay.
This, little overpowering, not quite to my taste. Personally, what I would like to see is this. There we go. That is a strong flavor combination. You can start it off. We're going to throw that in our pan.
Okay.
Get going on that. I don't know
what do you think, judges?
All right. So here's the thing. I like this, but only in certain situations. Because while these two ingredients go very well together, they can be a little underwhelming at times. Maybe not enough to fully carry a dish. I will say BLG did set it up very nicely in their last series.
Is it going to be sushi? Is it going to be raw, or is it going to be cooked?
Well, we're going to cook it. We're going to
Okay,
cook it,
okay.
right? We even though we have the highest quality of ingredients, I still want to play it safe. Then, secondly, this is our preferred ingredient, but this should not be available. This is very, very high quality.
Very
Hard to
big
get.
trend at the
Should
moment.
not be seen here
Scarce
today.
at the moment
Yeah,
also,
really
hard to
scarce,
get.
right? So we're gonna put it to the side. If you can get that, that's better. But as a replacement, yeah,
I like
we got this.
Oh.
Now this is a quality ingredient, and I think most importantly, right, particularly with the dish we're making here today, that is what you need if you really want to create a wholehearted dish that feeds you very, very well.
Also, I just feel like it's something that if you can add a little bit more to, these side dishes with it, it can work out really, really well. The fact that you're able to kind of bring it in as a main dish as well, it just has so much flexibility at times. I like what you're going for here.
Yeah, and then I want to top it off, finally,
Uh-oh.
a little bit of this. You gotta keep it spicy,
Risky,
So
risky.
we're gonna throw that in there.
Are you going to flip the pan now?
Yeah. It's
No,
gonna be...
we're gonna put it in the oven.
Okay.
We're gonna see what comes out.
Yeah. Okay.
So let me very quickly
All right.
put that in. I'm gonna set the
Pan.
timer. Okay, and
All right.
off we go. And look at that. That is a
Wow.
nice, and just to finish it, what we have here is
Turret.
just a little bit of split pushing.
Ah.
Just a little,
Split push,
a
yeah.
little sprinkle of split pushing.
Judges, what do you think about this dish for
And then-
BLG for the win?
I mean, at the moment, I'm really liking what it's going for. I think the idea of being able to get that little sprinkle of spice on the side is going to do a lot for it. I mean, even just the flip that you were talking about, I think is the only thing that's really missing. I want to see a little bit more. I mean, hang on.
Dutch, give it a go. Okay.
Okay, I can see it. I think it's missing a tiny bit, though. I'm not really sure, though. I can't figure it out.
Okay, I didn't want to bring this out. It's the final ingredient.
Oh.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
All right.
Throw it in there.
Okay. All right. Now we got the late game.
We're there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool. Thank you so much. That was great.
No
and a
problem.
creative way to talk about the drafts as well. Oops, I'm just gonna turn this off. Here we go. Yeah, great stuff. I mean, I hope people got the point, right?
Yeah.
In terms of what it's going to be. But maybe our judge should break it down one more time.
Yeah, I'll just say, I think BLG, they can give themselves the tools. I would like to see the one thing that both Rob and I kind of harped on with the jacks, with the little sprinkling of split pushing, is sometimes, Bin will get super far ahead and they don't make the most of their split push pressure, right? They still really try to slam 5v5s. And that's where I think they could maybe look to improve to kind of spread their opponents on the map.
And I do like the idea of Delusion Nami being able to play that aggressive bot side, trying to go up toe-to-toe against something like a Jinx and Orphelios, trying to stack dragons, get your game rolling in your favor. But it definitely has backfired at times, and especially when you then become so reliant on these mid-game fights where BLG have misplayed. I think it's going to be a bit of a flip, but I really do think it's probably your best angle, because if you go Jinx Orphelios, it just feels like you're never going to match the Gen G in the late game.
Might be very difficult. Also, shout out to Eat to the Beat, who caters for us every day. That was delicious. It was a 3-cheese tortellini. It was fantastic.
It was
so
great.
thank you for
Are you
keeping us
saying
fed every day.
Primer did not make that himself? Wow.
What? Okay, let's move on.
What do you mean? He spent hours on it.
What gives? Don't call me out.
So let's see who the fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan predictions. And, it's a convincing one.
Yeah.
Gen G 76.1, BLG 23.9. And there's a lot of BLG fans. They are not happy.
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw BLG go up against JDG, and even though we have talked about how sometimes they have looked surprisingly good in some of those matchups, especially earlier on in the LPL playoffs. I think at this point, Gen G are a very similar team to JDG, so I think BLG will have some similar issues going up against them.
Yeah, the similarities between Gen G and JDG speak for themselves. I think additionally, we've seen that specifically of all the teams we have in the LCK, Gen G are the best at playing from a deficit, right? And I think BLG's early game and their individual play, particularly Bin versus Doran, should be very BLG favored. But when it comes to actually keeping it clean, they have not been the best team, both domestically and here at MSI. And that is something that I don't think you can really afford against Gen G.
I also think it's just a case of the style that we saw domestically from them is very different from what we're now seeing at MSI, which was, hey, look, let's get Jaxes, let's get split pushers, we'll stick Galio and Veigar in the mid lane, play a little bit more of it, we will support Bin in whatever he wants to do. That just doesn't really work at MSI anymore, and it just feels like they're kind of getting washed out.
And it probably explains the fan vote. And remember that each day you can head over to Twitter and vote at MasterCard Nexus is the @ to participate. 2 days left, you got to get your vote in. So one of BLG's angles of attack will be in the bot lane, where Elk and FaZe are facing off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz has two players with very different stories facing up against each other. FaZe is the youngest bot laner ever to win an LCK championship, starting off his career with immediate success, even receiving the finals MVP award. Faker now gets into position as they dive on the point. They look for Gumayushi and they manage to take down the Aphelios. Now FaZe dodging everything. And Gen G just destroy them. In contrast, we have Elk, who has fought to recover after struggling for the past few years and is now demonstrating that he still possesses that spark of brilliance.
Would be the start of a perfect fight. Elk waiting over the wall, then Italy stealing it. Elk untouched. It is time for the Aphelios to shine, but it is Giga Bin in the back line, finding a way to make it work. JDG overstep, and they will be punished. BLG come alive here in the third game.
This bout is between a young, promising rookie and an experienced veteran seeking atonement for his first ever international tournament.
Well, different trajectories in terms...
Oh.
I gotta put my mic down. Wait, I'm a rookie at this job. I don't know what you guys... anyways, in terms of FaZe versus Alka, two different trajectories, or different points, I should say, in their careers. And for FaZe, it is so incredible that he's only 17 years old, and he is taking on all this pressure, right?
Yeah, he joined Gen G Academy when he was only 14, and then he debuted in LCK Challengers. And I get excited a lot about Challenger players. I have a tendency to kind of run away and like, oh, this guy's gonna smash the LCK. And in his case, in his first year, 2 Pentacles, a Quadra in his first week of Challenger Summer, then promoted to Gen G in 2023 to replace Ruler. But even me, one of the biggest Challenger fanboys and advocates, I thought he was gonna need time, right? We see so often players do well in Challengers, but then when the level rises, it gets hard, let alone when you're following up Ruler, one of the best AD carries of all time, and then he ends up being the LCK champion in his rookie season, the youngest Royal Roader since FLICKR. Insane. Or rather, FLICKR is still younger than him, but only by a month. And the fact that that hasn't happened for so long really speaks to the quality and talent of this player.
Yeah, and I mean, by contrast, you then have Elk, right, who's going up against him in the bot lane, and he has a very different story, because I feel like we've brought this up before, but Elk as Jomong was kind of looked at as like, okay, he's not been coming AD carry, he's really, really good with WE, he nearly made it to international competition several times, and it was kind of, people were waiting to see when he would have his breakthrough moment, and then coming onto BLG, people were already like, okay, maybe his time has passed, right? Maybe he's just too inconsistent, he is not a consistent enough carry to be the main focal point of a team. And at MSI in particular, he has absolutely proved all of those doubts wrong. Like, he is the main carry, or he has been the main carry on this team as they have flexed into a more hyper carry bot meta, and he's performed very admirably.
Yeah, and just on Emily's points there, like, so many people, we called it Jomong madness back in the LPL in 2020, where he would just have these moments where he'd go way too aggressive, would come back and backfire. You'd even have a joke that Morgan, his top laner, couldn't TP back to lane because he had to use a bot lane to save Jomong at the time. But I think it's kind of given him...
Which was his nickname, just for people who don't know.
Yeah, at the time it was Jomong, yeah. But it was... it's incredible to see how he has grown from that, and especially just overcome how much doubt there was. Because as Emily was hinting at, there was nobody really believed that he would step up to be one of the greatest AD carries in the LPL. There was too many inconsistencies. We weren't getting the performances that people expected on when the chips were down. But now you're starting to see that BLG running from 5th place all the way through to the LPL, all the way to the finals to get them here to MSI. A huge amount is on the shoulders of Elk.
And I think the key here is starting to see, because when we look at the other ADCs in this tournament, some of the likes of a Ruler who has played incredibly the whole way, you do see that there's still, of course, room to grow, and why wouldn't there be in contrast to him? So I'd love to know how, if you look at them pound for pound so far, and some of the mistakes, of course, that were sprinkled in, but also the way they have adjusted to the tournament meta, where do you see them, or how do you see them matching up today?
It's so hard, particularly with AD carries, because as we've been going on and on about, it's not just about the 1v1 matchup, right? AD carry always is going to be very reliant on supports, which makes that conversation kind of muddied. But when it comes to specifically playing around bot laners, Gen G have been doing that for like 5-6 years now, because they've had Ruler the whole time, right? And even in metas, where that wasn't necessarily the point, they have been working around it. And with this particular lineup, most notably the top half of the map, it was also the first time, like, playing fully around Ruler in the Zeri meta last year, where they were able to get a victory, an LCK win for the first time in such a long time. And when we look at BLG, I think that the rest of the team has not been able to really play around Elk nearly as much.
I know we always start from the bot lane, but then we can, across this matchup, also look at some things that might matter more in this matchup than the others. And let's start in the jungle with Peanut and the influence that he's going to have also on that bot lane.
Yeah, this is also about bot lane, but it's also about jungle pathing. So everyone knows how much I just love talking about jungle pathing. So here, this is from the C9 series, and what you're gonna see is that Peanut's gonna start off at Birds. He's actually gonna go in for an invade, take enemy blue Gromp, and then go to his own red, go to Wolves, get bot side Scuttle, go to blue, go to Gromp, back, get Sheen, and then do another invade to set up for bot side dive. And the most important thing as we talk through and we see Peanut go through this path is that A, he's going up against the Kha'Zix, so he does want to stop Kha'Zix from kind of power farming to level 6, where he's going to be joining up in teamfights and skirmishes. But then additionally, Peanut is a player who has evolved so much since I saw him first play, I believe in 2015, in that he is been lauded by his teammates and Gen G staff for being so vocal and so communicative with his lanes. He knows the game so well. And against BLG, I do think this is a great advantage for Gen G specifically, because we're going to see here as they're setting up for this bot dive. This was the invade I was talking about. And he'll be able to set up because, as you see, Paze and Delight are a little low, but they're going to set up in this tri-brush, and then they're going to come down for kills onto... I'm going to draw a little skull and crossbones there. We're going to do a little art. Onto Sven to set up that bot lane. And I think the big thing that I want to stress here is that A, Peanut can have some really, really intelligent early game pathing, and B, this is actually a place where we've seen, even when BLG have tried to focus this through Shun, I remember a really strong Nidalee performance that he actually had, and as a champion he's super comfortable on. He did end up trying to set up for the bot lane, but his opponent actually ended up exerting more bot lane pressure because I believe it was Kanavi, who was just constantly in bot. So even though he set Kanavi behind individually, Kanavi still exerted more pressure in the bot lane. So it's not just about where he's going, but how he's communicating with lanes, how they're setting up for these waves, where they're recognizing when they can dive. And that is where I think Peanut has just evolved into such an intelligent player for Gen G.
And I think it also ties into Chovy, right? And that's not even specifically going into Yagao, but Chovy, as a player, has been known for his laning dominance ever since he burst onto the scene. And Peanut specifically has been able so consistently to make use of the space and the pressure that Chovy provides, because he's swapped it up a little bit, right? He's been a little bit more active, but for the longest time, all Chovy would guarantee was mid-prio in every single matchup, every single lane, all of the time. And Peanut has found very creative ways, either aggressively early or in team fights, to make use of that.
Yeah, and I think on the opposite side, it's kind of that's the big difference maker for me. Even though Yago played with Kanavi on JDG, and we would see him work quite a bit with Kanavi, we haven't quite seen that same sync up between Shun and Yago at times. Shun will try and over push his advantages where he doesn't have that support from the mid lane, end up giving over a bunch of kills, or on the flip side, you just end up in a position where they're not really functioning through that mid jungle. So I think this is going to be a big test for Shun specifically, as how can he operate in this mid jungle matchup? Can he get that advantage? Can he stop that creative pathing that's going to come through from Peanut and make sure that BLG can get through that early game unscathed?
Yeah, formidable mid-jungle matchup coming out of Gen G. And as we've said so many times, it does all come down to those team fights. And BLG is, as you used the word flip, I believe, in rehearsal, a team that can approach these differently depending on when they do it.
Yeah, sometimes they look absolutely fantastic and they're able to set up great for Elk, especially when you have things like a good flanking position for Bin. Yago and something like the Ari where he can try and step forward and get these key charms. And as long as they're able to position themselves with Elk firing up and free firing this entire time, they're in a good spot. But the biggest problem is when it starts to come back around and they just lack that patience. They're either trying to engage too quickly, whether it be from On or from Bin, or they just don't give Elk a really good spot to actually start to fire, and he can be in trouble from these backlines. As you can see in this fight here, it makes it kind of a little bit more difficult for him to get the damage that he needs off.
Yeah, sometimes BLGs are kind of their own worst enemies here. They try to hard force their way through a Brom, through a Cassante, and it ends up backfiring immensely.
Yeah, and here we see, I mean, kind of the most obvious example of that at this tournament that everyone's going to remember. And I think that is why, again, we have seen BLG take really creative angles to fights, and then we have seen them be a little bit overconfident and a little bit over-aggressive and get punished, as we see here. And I think, again, against a team like Gen G, I cannot stress enough how much they are willing to mitigate if you're just constantly throwing early pressure at them. We saw it when they were playing against T1 and they won that. And then turn it back as soon as you make a mistake, they will pounce and out team fight you.
Especially when you look towards what Bin has started to teeter over towards, which is a lot more of these Scions and tanks and stuff like that. You need to be taking it slow as BLG. You need to be setting up correctly, because I do think they should go back towards the style of having played Jackson, these kind of things. But if you are going to go that style, particularly like we've seen from Bin after the finals against JDG, you need to make sure you're setting things up correctly.
That's why I'm actually kind of curious if they might. Well, like, he's hovered it, and I know it's probably just because it's one of his favorite champions, but I would be curious to see if in any way they see an opening for the Camille, because I like her a lot better as someone who has split push pressure, but also has an insane 5v5 presence.
Well, speaking of the top lane battle, let's hear from Doran about putting his international struggles to bed ahead of today's series versus BLG.
1, 2세트 같은 경우는 그냥 탱커 대 탱커 싸움에서 구도대로 흘러갔다고 생각하고 3세트 같은 경우에는 캐넨 상대로 초반에 많이 힘들었어서 되게 공격적으로 캐넨이란 챔피언의 스타일을 잘 살려서 플레이 하셨다고 생각합니다. 저희가 경기가 많이 남아 있긴 하지만 그래도 한 번이라도 지면 끝이기 때문에 저희도 최선으로 준비하고 전력을 다해서 경기했습니다. 냉정하게 이번 MSI에서는 저희가 리그 내에서 보여줬던 좋은 모습만큼은 잘 안 나왔다 생각해서 평가는 좋은 평가라서 고맙긴 하지만 아직 더 저희 팀에게 엄격해질 필요가 있는 것 같고요. 좀 더 잘해야 된다고 생각합니다. 좀 항상 번번이 국제대회에서 좀 솔직히 아쉽지도 않게 계속 탈락하는 모습이 보여서 이게 그때마다 많이 실망했는데 이번에는 그런 실수 또 하지 않게 진짜 남은 기간 최선을 다해서 잘 준비할 생각입니다.
A really subdued clip there out of Doran, and I think he gives the context rather himself, Chronicler, because despite being the LCK champions, one of the hardest to get titles in the world, it is making that mark on the international scene that stays important.
Yeah, and for Doran individually as well, is such an interesting player. He can go from being the rock, like in game number 1 and 2 against T1 in the domestic finals, where he legitimately 1v9 on his Gragas, took the team on his back, to then dying solo against the Scion, right? This player is just such an enigma, and particularly internationally, he's so emotional. You can see, you know, Chovy, pace, no emotion. But Doran, after a solo kill, he'll put his hands in his head and be like, oh, how could that happen to me? And usually, it's because he went in.
Yes, and this is why there might be a big opening for BLG today in that top lane. We had a special graphic made to support our claims.
Oh, man.
Oh, God.
Okay. All right, so this is because, for people that don't get the joke, it is because Bin, a lot of people, I was wondering how he was learning English, and a bunch of LPL fans tweeted at me that he watches a lot of WWE, so this is like, in Bin's mind, this is the ideal scenario.
This is how it should go, maybe.
Yeah, this is the series you're going to remember where Bin threw Doran off a hell of a cell and he plummeted 16 feet into a caster desk. I really hope so, because honestly, it's been a bit back and forth. I do love the dichotomy we're seeing, though, between Bin, who's like, I'm going to beat Doran, I'm going to go mid, and I'm going to beat Chovy, and then I'm going to like do everything. And then you have Doran, who's very much the opposite. But I really do think going back towards these more carry-orientated picks, like the Jax, I would love a Camille Galio game. I think it'd be so sick to see. Just give him the resources to try and punish that topside matchup and actually bring a bit of bedlam to this series.
Yeah, I mean, as we try to summarize everything that I've heard in this countdown, there's a lot, and I think there's a lot up in the air, and I think so much has to do with the fact that there's so much pressure. This is an elimination match again, and Billy have been able to defy expectations time and time again. Something tells me this will be the hardest mountain to climb for them the whole day, and we'll see. I believe you have a lot of faith in your Gen G brethren, and for good reason.
Of course I do. They're going to smash it. 3-0, 3-1, maybe.
You get to game 3, they're like up 2-0, and then you get to game 3.
That's the risky one.
That's the one that we're looking at. Doran also tends to int a little bit in game 3s, but we'll see what happens. It's time to find out which team advances to face T1 tomorrow, and which will go home empty-handed in 4th place.
Welcome back, everybody. It's MSI 2023, and it's time for our next elimination matchup. Gen G and BLG, one best of 5 to see who gets to go forward to play against T1 and who gets to watch the rest from home. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Vedius. Gentlemen, I'm hoping today's series brings the same amount of heat that we got to see yesterday between China and Korea.
Yesterday, I was surprised by JDG's measured and controlled gameplay when they went up against T1. Because when we saw them play against BLG, it was fighting, 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 fighting. And BLG is the type of team that around objectives, they do not want to concede that space. So let's see if Gen G can go toe-to-toe with the LPL powerhouse that is BLG.
Going to be really interesting to see what the first draft is here. We were just talking about this, and I do feel for BLG, it's such a priority to get a strong team fighting top, you know, a carry for Bin, and to also, you know, really mitigate the strength of Dora and potentially taking away something like the Gragas, I think could be big. I think picks for Bin that are going to be really important are things like the Kennen as well as the Gwen. So I am interested to see, is Gen G going to ban away the Kennen here or potentially the Rakan? Because the other one could definitely be getting picked.
Well, we see the Jinx banned away, so if Aphelios is not, then Aphelios being first pick would be my expectation. It's Jinx, Cassante, and Ahri banned out by BLG. Gen G banning out the Annie, the Nautilus, the Lucian, but Maokai is first picked by BLG instead. Aphelios still open.
Yeah, this is really interesting. So now there is that possibility of the Aphelios being grabbed up, but that tells me that BLG are happy to play the Xayah Rakan or potentially even something like a Zeri Lulu, both of which are available. But Xayah going to be grabbed up, so Aphelios passed up by Gen G as well.
I mean, when we look at the picks played by Elk so far in the tournament, 6 on Aphelios, 4 on Lucian and Jinx, and 1 on Xayah. So if you expect him to play anything, it would have to be that Aphelios here based on what we've seen so far. But yes, the Xayah Rakan duo locked in for Gen G. We know the bottom lane there, a Lulu being locked in. I'm really thinking it's Aphelios here, boys.
Yeah. But
hang on a second.
Zeri is okay. It's just going to get locked.
That's why I'm not the draft expert. We got Zeri and Lulu locked in over for BLG.
So this is a bit of a shift, but when we look at Elk's performance, especially in the playoffs, Zeri was something he had a lot of success on, something that he's very comfortable with. After seeing the Xayah Rakan, Gen G very clearly prepared and ready for the Aphelios, and they've just said, you know what, we want something with a little bit more mobility and a little bit more dueling prowess.
Yeah, we've seen a few teams actually go towards this, preferring things like the Zeri Lulu against the Xayah Rakan, having that dash on the Zeri, having that mobility, as you're saying, Betty, is to try to avoid this Rakan engage, but the Vi going to get locked in as well. So a lot of power picks up and available in this draft. Now will there be a bit more targeting towards some of these picks we were talking about, things in the top lane, the Jace, the Rumble, obviously a flex, could be mid, could be top, could be jungle. That's going to get banned out, but I'm so curious to see if Doran will have his Gragas available here later on in the draft. It would be a great pairing, especially
especially with the dive they've already drafted, and if Kennen and Gwen are going to make it through.
Yep, lots of focus on the solo lanes here with both sides having already drafted the bottom lane duos and the junglers together. Gnar, the final ban of the draft for Gen G, targeting Bin, looking towards that top side. Does BLG also want to continue with more top focus? You've pointed out the Gragas, absolutely a huge factor there for Doran and the entirety of Gen G if they can get that pick online. No, the Kennen banned away instead. This is a pretty common ban against BLG themselves, but they're respecting the possibility of Gen G pulling it out too.
Yeah, I think that right now, if you're Gen G, you have to make the choice of whether you blind pick something safe in the top side of the map. We already talked about the Gragas, maybe that is the direction. Sign is also up and available if they just want that front line, but the beauty of the Gragas is it can be flexed as well. You can put it in both mid and top right, and so there is a lot of room for either Doran to potentially get the counter pick, or maybe they just want to make sure that Doran gets something that he's comfortable and safe on.
I mean, I think it's his best champion by far. You can go AP, you can go tank, you can do a lot of different builds, you can flex it around, as you said. So I think it's a really strong option here. Renekton would be something that we saw a lot in regional play, but not something we've seen much here. I'm much more a fan of the Gwen. The Jax is obviously Bin's signature pick, and the crowd loves it.
Yeah.
But I haven't really loved his Jax here at MSI. It feels like even if he can get individual leads, he's really struggling to transition those to the team fights because Jax is just not nearly as strong of a team fighter. It's not as easy to transition as some of these other top lane picks. Also, Jax is a pretty tough matchup into the Gragas. You know, the Gragas is something that a lot of people actually like as a counter pick or an answer into the Jax in solo queue. So we'll see how Bin is going to be able to really circumvent that, because this is one where you can get poked out very, very easily. You almost always will see Comet Gragas. Jax does not have a lot of sustain, so you can kind of just utilize your passive poke and prod, and the Jax needs to play really aggressively and constantly reset the wave and get bases, or you're just going to get kind of whittled down.
Well, we do have Talia locked in. Final pick here in this first draft for the side of BLG. Response from Gen G is Lissandra. Some of that point and click lockdown. Again, always very desirable against a champion like Zeri, who is so fast. The point and click of Vi, the point and click of the Lissandra there, being able to guarantee they can lock this down. But the mobility of Talia on the other side, combined with the long range of the Maokai ulti, I'm looking at BLG to create these massive zones with the wall and the Nature's Grasp together to set up the fights they need.
Well, I think that BLG have not drafted anything unconventional for what we know BLG for, right? As you highlighted, there's a lot of comfort picks on their side, and I think one of the beauties of their composition is that they have a lot of range at their disposal. Zeri plus Talia, a lot amount of poke, like they can play at range, they can leverage the fact that they can chip away, and they have a lot of zone control, as you also highlighted, FLICKR. So contesting objectives, play around these neutrals is where I expect to see BLG be the most action-packed. And as we said at the start of this series, BLG versus JDG was a bloodbath. Dragons, Heralds, Barons, every single neutral BLG would look to fight for, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that against Gen G. But they have a lot of dive threat. They have a lot of great ways to access the backline and threaten onto Elk. So the question is, can BLG keep their AD carry alive?
Well, my question for you guys is, who won the draft? Who are we giving the edge to here now that we've seen all 10 champions about to hit the Rift?
I mean, honestly, I like Gen G's draft a lot more. I think it's just straight up. They're looking for a 5v5. I think it's very difficult to transition the Jax to that 5v5. You know, BLG have drafted something that wants to play more around side lanes. You have the Talia, you have the Jax, you kind of have to create pressure there, and that has not been the MSI meta. I'll be impressed if they can really make it happen. But Gen G's comp is just so straightforward. All these forms of engage, dive onto the back line, look for 5v5s.
Let's do it. We're on to Summoner's Rift for the first time today in this best of 5. BLG on blue side, Gen G on red. Elimination matches only from this point forward.
A lot of support for BLG. We saw that same level of support for JDG yesterday. A lot of LPL fans in the house today. Obviously, expectations coming into this series are that Gen G are the favorites. First seed from the LCK. Doran himself said in an interview before we got into this match that he felt that Gen G wasn't performing at the level that they were domestically. And remember that they clean sweeped Cloud9 in what was an incredible performance from them. Flawless macro, incredible map movements, and just clinical execution of gameplay. Whereas BLG...
Pushing the dagger.
Sorry.
Execution is the key word in that sentence.
I apologize, General. I apologize.
Absolutely obliterated, devastated, demolished,
I mean,
crushed,
BLG did
and
the same to
embarrassed.
G2. Okay, BLG, they made fun of G2 in the way in which that they outfought them in the fights. They were able to claw back an impressive deficit in Game 3. And while we do see some what I call elk plays, you know, reminiscent of other AD carries in the LPL, the Jackie Love, as some would call, they were still able to come out on top. And again, I think that their team fighting is something that you can't afford to underestimate. And that really has been the name of the tournament, right? The best team fighting teams are here. The top 4 are 4 of the best team fighting teams at this tournament. And I'm excited to see what they can bring out in the 5v5s.
And it's just so interesting because BLG is the only team it feels like that bucks the trend a little bit, you know, where they are doing much more of this carry top stuff. They do have more of that kind of flair, their own different style, where a lot of the other top laners have been moving towards the Scions and the Orns, and we're seeing Gragas and all these things that are more traditionally just frontline and peel and team fighting.
And the other thing I'm looking at when we're talking about this top 4 and how all these teams stack up, one of the big standouts for BLG, not in the direction they would hope for, is when everybody's evaluating these mid laners, Yagal's the one that is often perceived as lagging behind the other 3. And although he does have some clutch moments like we saw in that series against G2 where he gets the flash Ahri charm and ends up winning that game for them, he's still often not competing on that same level that the other mids are. So particularly in this series, going up against a guy like Chovy, who consistently gaps his opponents, who very rarely dies, who is constantly the X factor in his games, I'm gonna need to see Yagal really step up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's not known as the individual that necessarily takes over a game, but he's a great facilitator. And I think a pick like Talia really does kind of suit his style, where he can just push out mid, can look to move towards the sides. And you can see Bin getting very aggressive here. And this is how you have to play this matchup. If you do sit back at all and you allow the Gragas to dictate the pace, he just has way more sustain than you. You're going to get whittled down. You're going to get chunked out. So you have to use your HP and your mana to just hard shove the wave and to force him into these situations where you now have time to reset. So Doran is trying to obviously... well, he was setting up a little bit of a freeze. Of course, it is just going to slow push out now. But Bin, you know, utilizes the last of his health, last of his mana to get back, and will have the option to save his TP if he wants, whereas Doran definitely going to have to TP to be able to answer this.
Obviously, full clears from both junglers. Shun making his way down bot. Stacked wave, they're looking for the dive.
All right, let's see it. Remember, Maokai can drop the aggro if he needs to, but it's not even going to be the point. They engage. The dive goes out, but they don't have the damage. Shun is low. Elk is low, but he's got the first blood, and they take down Pays. It's BLG first to strike.
Nice dive there. Pays almost outplaying. He was dodging around, trying to keep the minions between him and Elk, trying to block a lot of those Zeri Qs, but Elk just barely had the damage to finish him off. A really aggressive play here on this bot side for BLG, and it pays off big time as it's first blood onto the Zeri. And look at the CS difference. That is multiple waves that are going to be denied. He will lose the cannon as well. He'll be able to get the rest of the range minions, but that puts Pays way down.
Yeah, really nice setup overall from BLG. Calm, calculated. Jun skips the Scuttle Crab to make this dive happen. And let's keep our eyes on Elk in this play, because Pays was not going down as quickly as I was expecting him to. That initial Q does miss, then the flash away, and then those minions, as you are highlighting, as well, just getting in the way makes it so much harder for Elk to be able to finally get that execute.
He's trying to play a little bit of ring around the rosy there with the minions.
Pays really bought a lot of time in that dive, and it almost went awry, but still, BLG walk away with a kill. They have themselves an only gold lead, and as you said, Azael, a lot of that advantage now between the two AD carries.
Well, and that's just massive for them as well. When you take into consideration, it was a cull start. First blood goes on the Zeri, like everything goes their way. They deny the wave. Yes, the minions are going to equalize a little bit as this pushes out, but there's obviously a lot more there for Elk to farm. And he is really how BLG wins games. You know, Bin is a big star on the top lane and is a really flashy player, but the way that they won games in the LPL was largely around Elk. He had a monstrous percentage of the team's damage, one of the highest of any teams here. So they really do depend on him in those 5v5s, and he's in a great spot to succeed.
And we've seen some of the Elk plays, signature of some of the more wild shoot from the hip type of stuff that you were talking about earlier from LPL stars in the past, Vedius. But at the same time, when this guy is zeroed in, when he's in that zone, you know how effective he can be. You know you can depend on him to win these fights. And especially with what you were talking about earlier, Azael, Yagao being a facilitator, being able to also go down there and help this guy out, get those bottom lane leads rolling. That could be huge if Elk can maintain this lead. Doran gonna shove Bin back up in the top side. Meanwhile, mid, it's Chovy under pressure. Shun and Yagao finding some damage, but now things are gonna turn around as Chovy applies the ulti and Shun's in trouble with a flash follow-up coming out from Peanut. Shun down to 100 HP. He's taken out, and Chovy's the one getting him there. Gen G find one, but now they gotta be careful because Elk and On have made their way into the scrap too. Gen G disengage and tie the game up 1-1.
Bot laners get involved in the mid lane as we see a bit of a skirmish between the junglers. A nice collapse from Gen G, recognizing that Jun does not have flash available, and there's little that he can do to escape from this relentless crowd control that was coming out from Gen G. Good target focus, but BLG, they're not done yet.
Yeah, Yagao rides the wall in, and Peanut's gonna be the target. Remember, he already used the flash to make the play in mid, and Elk gets the punish thanks to the Weaver's wall, and those stones making it so he could not get away without stunning himself on the exit. Beautiful setup from BLG. They get the money on the carry. They invade the enemy jungle. They steal away the blue. Nice punch back after the mid lane death.
And it's that flash trade that you talked about, Flowers. Jun, the fact that he didn't have flash is what allowed Gen G to make that initial play in mid, but BLG didn't slow down their aggression, knowing that Peanut's flash wasn't available. They punish him as well. Very impressive aggression coming out from BLG. They decide, though, that the Dragon is a step too far.
Yeah, and Elk is just getting everything here. I mean, the Dragon would have been risky as Chovy did have the push in mid, so definitely could have made the collapse very easily, but Elk gets the blue buff, he gets both the kills. He is getting paid in the early game.
So if we look at losses for Gen G in the LCK in spring, there's two things that were usually a factor when this team would lose, and that's Pays being behind and Peanut dying a lot. Right now, BLG has done their research, and they are checking those boxes. They set Peanut back with an early death. Pays is behind in terms of the matchup in the bottom lane, so BLG are coming into this with a game plan, and that game plan, unfortunately, does not include taking the Drake. That goes over the way of Gen G. Chovy also grabs a plate mid to make sure Gen G don't fall too far behind.
And just overall good awareness there from Gen G. Peanut recognizing, oh, Chovy forced the flash away, saw that Jun collapse was real, and props to Jun being very present on the map, keeping up with the Vi in terms of farm. Does, of course, have the level 6, will lose his red buff, but in exchange, he will start off the Herald.
And they know Chovy has no TP, so with Chovy actually being pushed back, he's going to cancel his base, but he can't actually come to really answer at this Herald. Elk, though, this is risky because On has actually moved up towards Herald. Yeah. Elk is here on his own. You got to be hugging the bottom of this lane. You could be in trouble, potentially.
He does have the ulti available on the Zeri, immediately popping that one. The Xayah goes up into the air. Peanut and Pays get it done. Peanut's gonna get away before that last turret shot fires off. Gen G gets some vengeance here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Elk tries to outplay it, but it was always gonna be Peanut who actually took aggro. I think if he focused Peanut, it's a 1-for-1. In that situation, he's trying to fire in on Pays, who's the squishier target, but the tower is on the jungler, and I think he actually could have got the 1-for-1 if he played that just a little bit differently.
I also just have to give credit to Gen G. They realized that they were behind in tempo, especially after securing the Drake. Peanut decided to commit to the red buff. So rather than just rotating out, acting as spectators onto the objective, they cross-map. They know that Elk has a massive shutdown. They know that the best way for them to get more gold back is to actually find this pick. And by showing Delight in mid, that gave Elk the confidence that, oh, they're actually looking to contest as a Herald, which then lowered his guard, and they were able to find a pick. So Gen G closing the gold gap ever so slightly.
Gotta say, been doing really well in this 1v1 up on top side so far. He's gotten a plate, he's up 20 plus CS, doing very, very well in what can be a really tough matchup in the Gragas. So, you know, showing again his prowess in these 1v1s. So many top laners are incredibly complimentary of Bin's laning phase, talking about how he is the toughest top laner to actually lane against in that 1v1. And this is his signature pick, so clearly comfortable, regardless of the matchup, to pick it.
And now that he's gone ahead and done his recall, it'll be Elk marching up here into the top side. He'll catch this next wave as Bin goes bottom and Shun fires off the Maokai ultimate here. Nature's Grasp not going to hit any meaningful target. BLG do use it to, of course, take control over the top side river, so they'll grab the Scuttle Crab there. Gold's still dead even between the teams right now, so the next few actions going to be pretty important for either side to try to get an advantage.
Yeah, I think Shun is probably just going to try to drop Herald top. I mean, they swapped their bot lane up towards top. They already took a turret play off that. Shun has grabbed the Herald, so they're just going to look to continue putting more gold in the pocket of Elk here. You can see that Genji's trying to answer this, though. The bot lane is coming out on the minimap, walking up to try to answer that top lane push. A couple plates are going to be gone, though.
Yep, good use of the Zeri Zap as well there from Elk to hit Doran through the turret, make sure that they interrupt that back teleport, now being used by the big man in the top lane for Gen G to get him down to the bottom side and deal with Ben.
Exactly, because they actually interrupt that base, he has to just TP straight down or he's going to lose plates and he's going to lose the full wave, so he doesn't actually get to base before he goes down, and will now just have to immediately recall. Ben knows he's in a little bit of a risky spot, is just going to TP out towards top. And just swap it back. So they're just swapping their bot lane back towards bot. They're just going to keep moving this map around, trying to take advantage of the wave states. They know that Doran doesn't have his TP and hasn't based, so BLG just shoved their bot lane straight back towards bot. They're going to be able to catch that, and Doran's going to be in this awkward spot where he's going to have to base and potentially lose tempo.
Yeah, I wonder if BLG are just very concerned about, after Delight being level 7, Peanut being level 7, the dive and the threat is now very real. Elk's cleanse will be coming up relatively soon, but I guess that right now their main priority is just to prevent Elk from being attacked at all costs. And the best way to do that is to create this, well, cross-map situation where Bin is the one left isolated and Jun is the one covering in now, knowing that the potential dive is there.
Look at the bot lane, though. It's probably going to be a free play for Elk because of the movements that they've had. The delay on the base from Doran really actually cost him quite a lot because he had to TP straight from top to bot instead of basing first. He would have been able to hang around. In this case, he's not. He loses almost that entire wave and loses a plate. So Elk is just getting paid even more. Now cashes out his call, so he's going to have Shilbo on base. And BLG are playing the map really, really well. And this is one of those things that I expected Gen G to really kind of have the edge in.
And this is one of those things that I think you guys were talking about earlier back in the draft, back at the start of the game. If you're coming into a matchup where most people are favoring your opponent, the pressure is now on you to make things more chaotic, make things more unpredictable, and make decisions that it's going to be harder for your opponents to react to. It seems like BLG made sure they did their homework.
The problem for BLG right now is that Elk did use his ultimate in the bot lane skirmish, and with the dragon spawning in, well, 2 seconds, he's not going to have that available. Of course, Doran doesn't have his ultimate available either, but by sending Chovy top, ideally for Gen G, he's able to get closer to that level 11, has the TP to come and contest. But I don't think Gen G need to force this fight. It's a matter of if they're concerned about, well, Zeri in the late game is only going to get harder for us to deal with. We want to be able to leverage our power spike now. But with the shield bow completed for Zeri, Gen G may just turn back and say, you know what, we don't have the itemization to fight right now. We'll just have to concede this.
Yeah, and I think especially, you know, when you're going up against Talia and Maokai, if you're not first to the dragon, it's difficult to enter. You're walking through saplings, you're walking through these corridors where Talia is going to be just harassing you at every turn. Gen G, though, are trying to poke and prod here, seeing if they can get into position. Here comes a TP from Chovy. It's going to be that bot lane tower.
Yep, Chovy had to TP to it. Remember, the teleport was not unleashed just yet, so he does have to still walk his way over here a little bit. Doran goes in. The dragon's going to be claimed by Shun on the side of BLG. Delight is taken low, but he gets himself back out, but it's Peanut under pressure. It's Peanut down, and Doran's not going to be able to secure a kill into Elk back. Meanwhile, Pays goes up into the air. The feathers fly, but Gen G has to run. Elk surfs over the wall. Zap! And he grabs a second kill plus the Drake in the fight for BLG.
Nicely done by BLG. No ultimate, no problem for Elk. He does have the sums. He's able to survive. BLG get the dragon and are able to actually win the fight as well here. Nicely done by Yagao, really making it difficult for Peanut to enter.
Oh, Ben thought he might have been able to grab the kill on Pays, but unfortunately for him, it's close, but not enough. Gen G get one back.
A bit of an overstep there from Bin. In the 2v1, he will lose his life, but I have to question Gen G's contest there. It was BLG that was first the objective. You talk so much, Azale, about how it can be difficult to approach. Gen G do find a way in. The Talia W is very effective, but then you can see all three just rooted up by the Maokai, and then Jun secures this objective, and now the fight is on 2 fronts. Doran and Chovy try to get onto the backline. Elk repositions. Delight's engage onto Elk is good, but the damage from Peanut isn't enough. He's able to flash away to the safety of On. They then find a solo kill, well, an isolated kill, I should say, onto Doran, as the rest of Gen G are forced to retreat after losing their jungler. The whole exchange was just very difficult for Gen G to play, and BLG could just leverage their mobility to play the fight in their favor.
I mean, Yagao just kind of made it a nightmare for Peanut. He couldn't even get in range to actually look for a smite. He's just getting harassed by this Talia the whole way. And Elk was pretty far back in that pit, so it's difficult, even with the Vi-ult coming in, to be able to have any sort of follow-up. You know, Pays is a mile away, Chovy is a mile away. They couldn't really get back in on this Zeri. And it is, again, back to live and BLG on this Herald.
I mean, The gold does look quite close. Hang on, there will definitely be a fight here. Shun.
Go in, they want to find Doran here at the very beginning. They lock him down, but they can't quite kill him just yet. BLG pop the top laner, and Gen G are stuck in a 4v5. They got to disengage. The Herald resets, and BLG are still looking for a little bit more here. Chovy using the claw to reposition himself back into mid lane with his AD carry, with his support. Clearing out some of the waves. BLG sending Bin and Shun back to the Rift Herald pit, back to the objective. Gen G and Peanut still hanging around. Smite available on both junglers. Chovy goes over the wall, here with a claw, looking to find his way in here. Yagao throwing out a little bit of damage. Seismic shove back onto Chovy, who already used the ult aggressively. Chovy's in danger. Elk is popping off. He's not going to grab the damage, and Pace goes in. Elk kills him instead. 80 carries traded back and forth, but Gen G are struggling here in the fight. BLG turning it right back around. Supportal combat goes the way of On, and BLG trade 2 for 2. And get the objective.
What a scrappy fight back and forth here between Gen G and BLG. It looked like Elk was gonna get burst down, but with his dying breath takes down Pays, then Delight finishes him off, and then it's a 1v1 between the supports. Well, there's chaos on the other side as well between the top laner and jungler. You can see Chovy here gets flipped in. Elk just lets it rip, pops the ulti, flies forward, trying to finish him off, and then here, I thought Pays was gonna be able to actually find the kill, but he used his ulti after using his E, so he didn't actually have the cooldown there to pull the feathers through and get the initial kill. That allows Elk to finish him off, and then it's just a 1v1 battle on one side between the supports, while Bin just barely not able to finish off Chovy and Peanut, who are getting out of there with blinking health bars.
It's BLG. They're gonna fight, okay? Like, we talked about it coming into this series, and if you dare them around the objective, they are happy to play that game. And you can see how confident they are. Yagao gets a nice stun onto Doran, but Yagao underneath the turret.
This is
He's
trouble
dead.
for Yagao. Doran should pick this one up, no problem.
Oh, he missed!
Yagao's getting away. No, Doran messed it up, and BLG get the kill instead. The mid laner survives. Doran's gonna want that one back, man. That was not good from the Gen G top.
Did he think that he had flash? Was that like a flash prediction? Because that seemed like it was way off. He could have just dropped it on his feet. He's point blank. He should have had it. I mean, this was a great initial play here. He sees the aggro is pulled, times the ulti beautifully to pull him in there. Yagao going to be tanking up the turret shots. The Q to slow ensures the last turret shot does hit. And then I thought it was pretty much a guaranteed kill. It was always going to be a trade as Shun is coming in as the TP does arrive. But right here, that looks like it was so far away. To me, that feels like a flash prediction. Maybe he thought he had flash.
I mean,
I don't know.
At least it was thrown in the right general direction. Like, I mean, it's a tough one. In his defense, three members of BLG so quick to collapse. Now with the Herald, they're likely going to break up in this mid-tier 1. But BLG, I think, surprising many with a strong early game performance and dominating in the fights. They're looking for another.
Chovy gets stunned up. He can't take the claw out. The Lyssandra's about to melt as BLG continue to push forward, and Chovy's the first one to die. Now the aggro shifts over onto Doran with Shun leading the charge. They bring in the wall thanks to Yagao, and Peanut is stuck on the wrong side. He'll be thrown back too. Elk grabs another. 3 dead bodies in Gen G uniforms, and BLG put them there.
BLG never hesitate. The second that they see Chovy out of position, they ruthlessly dive on top of him, and the fight explodes. A completely uncontested Dragon as BLG is dominating in game 1.
Yeah, BLG are just going off here. They spot him on the side. The laser connects on 2, and Bin just goes straight in. The counter-strike is perfectly timed. Elk flies over the wall, and then Yagao finds the angle for the wall here to follow up. As everyone is piling in, he's going to build a wall and make them pay for it too, as he's knocking down kill after kill against Gen G here, and they can easily retreat back to the Dragon.
And we talked about, when we looked at this game 1 draft, we saw a lot of comfort picks on the side of BLG. The fact that Yagao gets his Talia, something he's very proficient on, Bin on a champion that he's so well known for. You can see them just dominating across the board. Yagao's having so much presence on the map. Yeah, he made a bit of a blunder in the bot lane where he almost lost his life. In terms of the 1v1 matchup, Chovy is getting the better, but it doesn't matter because his impact overall is resulting in teamfight wins for BLG.
And it's exactly what you were talking about, Isaac. He doesn't have to be the star of the show. The man is excellent at facilitating the rest of the team. Being on a pick like the Taliyah allows him to do just that. The wall cutting everybody off, being able to follow these things up, and just support guys like Elk and guys like Bin, who, by the way, as a Jax, a true melee champion, topped the damage charts in the previous fight.
I mean, he was going off, and Bin is truly a master of this champion, but the Unraveled Earth is so good against Gen.G's composition, right? You know, he's basically just using it as a follow-up. He's not even just throwing down his E randomly and trying to flick someone into it. He waits for a root from Shun, or he waits for him to engage from Bin, and then all of a sudden your Peanut or your Dorian or your Delight and the Unraveled Earth is on you as you come out of a root or a stun. You can't use your dash, or if you do, you just get stunned up again. So there's not really any way from the retreat from those situations. So I think the timing from Miguel and the coordination from BLG in these fights has been on point.
Yeah, the zone control that BLG have with their composition was something we talked about at the beginning of the draft. And when we look at these objectives as well, you were highlighting it earlier, Azael, where if Gen.G are not the first to the objective, think about what they have to walk through. Or the saplings from Shun. You have to face check the Taliyah. What if Bin comes in from a flank? Like, there are so many things you have to be cautious of that ideally you want to be first to the objective, but now Gen.G find themselves at such a deficit, they have to walk their way through, and with their dive composition, even if they do get on top of Elk, we've seen in multiple fights, he just ease over a wall. He splits the fight up. And Gen.G, in every single fight that we've seen, have always been fighting a fight on two fronts. We've never seen them collectively all dive onto that target, get that execution, and then turn the fight in their favor.
I mean, it's really difficult because as soon as one target starts to dive, Maokai can just press ulti, right? And then the Unraveled Earth gets dropped as well. And it's hard for the rest of the Gen.G members to really be able to fly into that backline and follow up. And BLG are just keeping pressure around this Baron, constantly clearing out these pink wards. It feels like it's been 2 or 3 in a row dropped over the wall from Gen.G, so they're clearly very nervous about the potential start.
Yeah, it's trouble here for Gen.G. I mean, you can look at the scoreline of Doran there in the top side with the Gragas. 0-4 and 0 has not been able to contribute to any of the 5 kills the team has got so far, which sort of just tells the same story you guys are talking about. We're not seeing them go in as a unit.
Yeah.
We're not seeing this team fight function.
Absolutely, and while Pays does just complete a second item, so that feels good temporarily, Elk is very close to his third. So I think on his next base, he's probably going to sell Cole and have a Hurricane. And then he's going to be an entire item up here over Pays, which is absolutely problematic. When he has the Lulu in pocket, he's playing Cleanse. Lulu very well could be going towards a Mikhail second, as we've seen become very popular at this tournament, especially when you're against the Rakan as well as Chovy here on the Lissandra. There's going to be so much value from that. And there is the Hurricane. Cole sold. He's got the gold, and he's an entire item up. He's feeling great.
Man, oh man, things are troubling here for Gen.G in a series where everybody expected them to be the ones with the edge. Now they've got manpower in mid, trying to force down this tier 1 turret. But a teleport's coming in, and Nature's Grasp is flying out. Bin is teleported, but he's in the middle of everybody. He's trying to buy some time. He's going to be killed. Chovy's wasting the time of his opponents. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade, but Bin is worth more. I'll give the edge there in that trade to Gen.G, but where does the fight go? Elk is hasted up, still looking to see if there might be anything more to find, but it doesn't look like it. Gen.G calling the rest of this off.
Yeah, pretty interesting fight, as it was basically just 4v1 on 2 different fronts. As Chovy was looking for a flank himself, he gets collapsed on, as Bin does the same. Bin with the TP left in an isolated spot, but with Chovy gone, he does have the TP. 20 seconds though until he's alive.
They want Doran's TP. Doran showed bot, so this is why they're just going to be starting this up. They see Gen.G in the area, so they're not going to be confident for the turn here. So we'll just pull it off. I thought they would have stayed more aggressively, at least tried to get the Gragas TP.
It could be because Bin doesn't have TP. They recognized the rate at which they were getting it, and then yeah, the rate at which Chovy could collapse was that bit faster. The Dragon spawns in about 10 seconds. Wouldn't be surprised to see BLG slowly move their pressure down there. They need to get someone to catch this bot wave, and it looks like Yagao will be responsible for that and force Doran back. Actually, they're just going to abandon this bot wave for now. It looks like Bin will be the one to catch it, as the rest of BLG tried to keep Gen.G away, and Gen.G will stay far away from this objective.
Yeah, this is going to be Soul Point here, though, with the Infernal Soul really strong for this BLG team. They have a lot of damage dealers. I mean, there's even some Maokai AP. Obviously, it's a carry top. You have carry mid, you have carry bot, right? Like, this is 4 members on their team getting a lot of value out of this. The poke is going to become incredibly annoying from these saplings and whatnot that are just so easy to apply.
And we're hitting some pretty big points here on the side of BLG. 2 fully completed items there for the Maokai. Warden's Mail coming out next. Stopwatch just now purchased for Elk's inventory. You can see one also there in Bin's inventory. Those combined with the fact that there is a Crown of the Shattered Queen that was the first item completed for Yagao, it makes target selection very difficult for the side of Gen G.
I just like the itemization a lot more on the BLG side, the current place in the game, but also just the items that they're buying. We see Chovy going towards a Void Staff, but there's not really much of any MR purchased on the other side. We see a Morello from Doran. It's not really that much healing you have to worry about on the BLG side either. So I just think BLG, not only are they ahead in gold, but they have more efficient purchases.
So, Fedius, let me ask you then, what is the play here for the side of Gen G? Is it you hope that BLG get too hypey for their own good? You hope they overstep and you go for a punish? Or
This
is
is what you hope for.
This is it? All right. Well, Delight is running up, seeing if maybe there's something to find here, but it doesn't look like there will be. Teleport showing up. That's what they wanted. They were trying to get the TP out. They'll find it from Doran, who's now at about half HP. Baron aggro still maintained, 4,000 HP, resetting back up to about 6K. BLG still maintaining pressure on the objective. Bin jumps forward, looking at Peanut, goes into the counter-strike, now activating the stopwatch. Baron's gonna go down, and BLG got it. Chovy gets away over the wall, but he's barely got any HP left. Gen G are running for the hills as Yagao goes forward and forces out the ulti from Pays. BLG, look, and out flashes in. Health bars are critically low, and Pays is critically dead. BLG are running them all down. 4 men in the dirt. Only Delight still stands, and BLG will march to the Nexus.
Who needs a recon when you can engage yourself on Zeri? Elk just fires himself into the middle of the team, flashes in, drops the ulti, and BLG will wipe Gen G from the map and march on the Nexus for game number 1.
We needed to see that aggro out of BLG. We needed to see ferocity out of these guys to go head-to-head with Gen G, and that's exactly what we got here in game number 1. They will bulldoze the base, take the first game, and lead this series.
I think defying many expectations with how dominant BLG have looked here in game 1. The fact that they were able to find that early dive bot for Elk, the contests around the neutrals, that first dragon, question marks around why Gen G tried to contest it. But the moment that BLG got a lead, they didn't slow down. They continued in their typical play style. They played around every neutral. They fought for every single one of them. Every time Gen G tried to contest them, they always fought them back. And overall, just a very clean performance. A couple slip-ups individually here and there from various members, but very little to criticize overall from BLG, who have come into this series defying these expectations that Gen G are the clear favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they played a really, really strong game. To me, the defining moment was just that bot lane dive, though. That actually slingshot Elk so far ahead of Pays, it felt like. And Gen G were never really able to find a way to kind of wrest control back, right? They were always behind, it felt like, in the itemization, always on the back foot when it came to these objectives. BLG really dictated the pace from that because they took this lane that was already having push, put it way ahead. That allowed them to get access to all these dragons, to all these heralds, to always kind of be on the front foot and choosing the fights when they wanted them.
And even when we're looking at the transition between the early game and the mid game, when they were bouncing around the map, using the herald, getting Elk up there for the herald gold, okay, now send him back bottom, everybody's just chasing around back and forth. It worked out beautifully for BLG. You guys already talked about how they were never afraid to take the fights, and they were never afraid to win them either. With game number 1 all taken care of, let's toss it back to the analyst desk to break it down.
Thank you so much, Captain. BLG, they continue to say, we don't care about your expectations, about your power rankings, about being up against the favorites in this matchup. We're just going to play our game. And that was also, I feel like, what this draft was about. And maybe, just maybe, Gen G was lured into a false sense of security because they get such a good comp. But I just want to rattle off some stats. Yagao, 73.5 win rate on Talia, all time, 25-9. In the LPL Spring Playoffs for Elk, Zeri, 6 wins, 1 loss, a KDA of 15.8. So they're saying we're actually pretty happy.
Well, it's actually really cool to see because in this game 1, this is an idea. The only thing you'd replace her is you want Ahri, right? Which obviously was banned. So for Gen G, this is basically a best case scenario, which is why going into the match was like, okay, But as you point out, on the flip side, it is also a dream scenario for the draft from BLG. There is Bin on a carry, right? There is Elk, as you mentioned, on a Zeri that he's had a lot of success on. And specifically, the angle for Talia here is really good. And Yagao went Crown as well. It was never about the damage. It was about enabling the rest of his team. And I think you also see that Gen G, even with a draft that works for them, you gotta execute. And that part, they did not really deliver on.
Yeah, the big thing for me looking at these two drafts was the setup, right? Because we have more traditionally seen in this tournament, trading the Jinx Aphelios. As soon as the Jinx was banned out, and they first picked Maokai, we're like, okay, Xayah Rakan, super easy take here. But then obviously you already touched on it. Elk's Zeri, Bin's Jax, Yagao's Talia. Like this is such a comfortable composition for BLG, and it reflects a lot more of the playstyle that we saw from them in the LPL playoffs, like in their unexpected bracket run to the finals.
Yeah, and that's the big one. I think this Talia angle was super, super good. Chronicler already kind of touched on it. You've got great disengage already coming through from the Maokai. At least the ability to peel for a lot of your backline for Elk. Same now with you add the Talia. And I think once you see how fed Elk was getting to that bottom side of the map, why not just go for the Crown of the Shattered Queen? As long as you don't die, this is going to work out perfectly. So I really like the adaptation BLG had, and as Emily hit on, the fact you get to play your style, play through this carrying a top side, and then have Elk carrying team fights just worked out beautifully.
Very much their style, and very much picking the fights that they should and executing on them when they should. And the second Dragon is a good example of that, and I believe you want to tell us straight and show us maybe what we missed. Or what Gen G missed,
this
perhaps.
Actually,
yeah, get over here.
Right? So call for stop and start yourself.
And on we go. What I want to highlight specifically as we roll the clip is that we have a very late TP coming in from Chovy here, right? So what's about to happen is we see Doran over here trying to keep some threats on Elk, but they're not actually able to take him down. And when the light goes in for the re-engage here, want to highlight that Elk is actually able to stay alive throughout all of it.
Yeah, the big thing here is that he has... Oh my gosh, Telestrator is trolling. Yeah, we are trying to draw here. We planned this out, I promise.
POV, Gen G.
The big thing is even when they try to jump on Elk, he already has Lulu ult. He is Zeri, so she has her own built-in escapes as well. And because the TPs came through so late, this is the bot dive that they brought up on Cass that I actually think was super important. It was in response to Peanut showing topside. And this narrowly did not work out. But this was what initially set Elk ahead and made such a difference in that lane.
Yeah, and two shout-outs, specifically Shun actually going for that play, but also Elk flashing across, right, making sure he actually could take down the Zeri. And as we go back here again, the team fighting from Gen G, which has been one of their biggest strengths, just didn't look good at all. Like, the light going in and finding great engages is fine if there's follow-up, but Doran was getting zoned away by the rest of BLG, and this is the same guy that on this specific pick dunked on T1, right? And you can see really the duality of Doran in this match.
But I think it's also a case of when we talk about BLG kind of dragging you down to how they want to play, this is a good example. It's about them trying to split out these fights, making sure that you're not coming in as this front-to-back squad. It's, you know, Bin going in, diving the back line, so then you have to spread it out into these mini skirmishes where Azeri can pop off, where Jax can do so much. And even then when you look at things like the Maokai, he can thrive as well, and just being able to lock down and take control of those targets you want to go on to.
And to BLG's credit as well, where we in the countdown said that sometimes they are overzealous, sometimes they pick the wrong skirmishes. I feel like they were quite patient. They were very cognizant of where the Gragas might come from. You don't agree, so do you mean Gen G?
No, I mean, like, there is still some BLG moments. Yeah, you can't fully take that out of them. But if it does devolve into that, right, that actually is in BLG's favor.
Absolutely.
Like if they can kind of, as Rob said, like drag Gen G down with them and be able to separate what we've seen as strong 5v5s into smaller skirmishes, into picks, then that is their massive comfort zone.
Dagda, do you have a bell?
I did come prepared for today's class.
Okay, hold it near the mic and get us going.
Because it's round one for Bin versus Doran, because this was absolutely sick to see. The fact that we get this Jax coming through, and look, you can see Yag out here. He's crawling, he's trying to get the tag, he's trying to get to the rope. The clothesline comes across, but he's just barely able to duck it. And then from the top rope, Bin comes in and manages to save the day. But this was happening so consistently often, where Ben was able to get control in the matchup against the Gragas, find access to the back line, he wasn't being peeled, and even in the 1v1, he was getting massive leads in that top lane matchup. So Ben definitely coming out on top in this one.
Oh, I love it when a plan comes together that was set up before that. And also, I mean, it's adamant that we saw this coming in a way, right, Chronicler? Does that disappoint you?
No, because when laying it out today, when we started the cooking segment, this is exactly what we're talking about. To me, it's going to go back to draft. Gen G will be going over the blue side, and the Maokai specifically, I think, really takes away a lot of what makes Gen G good, particularly when they're playing a forward composition, because Peanut didn't really get to do anything, was behind a lot of the plays, and when you're behind with a Vi like that, don't have any impact.
It's difficult, but I'm sure Gen G will make the adaptations. They want a chance to fight T1 once again, but it's BLG that jumps from the top rope and gets that first game in the series. We'll be right back with game 2.
It's not even going to be the point. They engage. The dive goes out, but they don't have the damage. Shun is low. Elk is low, but he's got the first blood, and they take down Pays. It's BLG, but Gen G has to run. Elk surfs over the wall. Zap! And he grabs a second kill. Doran should pick this one up, no problem.
Oh, he missed!
Oh! Away. No! No! Doran messed it up, and BLG get the kill instead. The mid laner survives. As Yagao goes forward and forces out the ulti from Pays. BLG, look, and Elk flashes in. Health bars are critically low, and Pays is critically dead. BLG are running them all down. 4 men in the dirt. Only Delight still stands, and BLG will march to the next set. Get it.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free. Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
If we go on this way, you and me will never make it through. If we go on this way, and I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. Through him, 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 you and me, one, you and me, you and.
Welcome back to MSI 2023 in our best of 5 elimination match between BLG and Gen G, because game number 1 had BLG coming out swinging. Gen G, you're going to have to make some changes here in game number 2.
Sorry, all I heard was Azel noticed that there was a cow on stage.
He was dancing. He was standing there on stage. He was dancing.
I have to pay attention when I do my intro or I lose track of what I'm saying. So I am in a trance when I do that.
I have a bird brain, so it's just like, I'm like, ooh, cow.
So we just wanted to let you know, Flash, you didn't miss out. There was, in fact, a cow on stage.
Well, I appreciate you guys noticing the cow. That's
You're welcome.
Absolutely.
You're welcome.
We're professionals.
Yeah. One day I can only aspire to be as astute as you two gentlemen here.
Color casters.
But on the topic of the games, Gen G can only aspire to do what BLG did in game number 1 after that first one. So what do they got to do? What are they going to switch up here in game number 2?
Well, I think when we look at the bans from Gen G, Lucian, and Enorless, that's very much to be expected. The Lucian respect being shown towards Elk after his game 4 performance against G2 definitely makes a lot of sense. But Azel, you were talking a lot about how you felt that Talia was a big problem there.
Yeah, I think Talia was such a problem because you're playing this dive comp, but there wasn't really able to be any follow-up. And we've seen this happen in a few different series. I think this happened in T1 JDG, where T1 did the double ADC comp, and then every time they would actually have the Nautilus hook in, Braum would just step forward and deny the follow-up. So teams are actually looking less to deny the gauge and more to deny the follow-up. And Talia was so effective at doing that. Vi ults in on the Zeri, and all of a sudden there's unraveled earth between the rest of the team and that Zeri. No one can ever actually follow through. So I do think it was really problematic. Will we see that similar draft? I don't know. Obviously, we're seeing the Rakan already banned out. Maokai's being banned away on red side from BLG, so that's not a first pick option here for Gen G.
Yeah, the big difference, Gen G over on blue, the Nautilus, the Rakan, the Lucian banned out by Gen G. Over on the other side, it's Maokai, it's Cassante. Remember that in game number 1, we did have the Jinx also banned out along with the Lucian. Those were the 2 marksman bans that were taken away, which resulted in us getting the Xayah versus the Zeri matchup. Gragas banned out by BLG, even though Doran had a really bad game on it. They don't want to give it to him again, but this leaves Annie open, and she's been a very powerful first pick on blue side.
Well, and that's what I was kind of wondering. Like, is this a trade? Are they saying, okay, we're going to do, trade OP for OP or something like that? But it's very surprising to see that Annie left up. It has been super effective across a lot of games, and I also would rather Chovy be on a high power pick like that than something that is facilitating like the Lissandra.
I mean, this does mean that Yagao's Ahri is up for grabs, right? The Vi Ahri goes left uncontested. Gen G, though, they're no strangers to the Wukong themselves, something that Peanut has played a lot at already this tournament and very proficient on the champion. So Gen G and BLG looking to have strong mid-jungles and the Aphelios. So contrast to game 1 where BLG prioritized getting themselves a lot of comfort picks. Game 2, it's a lot more meta. And already you start to favor Gen G's approach when it really feels like that the LCK was the defining factor when it came to establishing what are the strongest meta picks of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think Gen G is going back towards a lot of comfort here, though. This is by far the most played champion this split this entire season for Peanut.
Oh, yeah.
22 Wukong games. He was almost a Wukong one trick for a while there, it felt like, in the LCK. And it has been such a powerful team fighter. We have seen Wukong's really dominating games, being able to solo out enemy
Kanavi
AD carries.
yesterday.
Kanavi has been incredible on it, but a lot of different guys. So I do wonder, what kind of support are we going to go with here? Because I don't think if you don't have any sort of support to really peel that Wukong off, it can be so problematic for the Jinx, even if it is just that solo dive with the Wukong getting past. It's really going to be difficult for Elk to make stuff happen.
And with both teams having those mirrored roles drafted so far, with your marksmen, your junglers, your mid laners, it's supports and top lanes here in the second half of the draft that are going to be targeted. And the big thing I'm looking at here is with BLG over on red side this time around, Bin, that ferocious laning monster that you were talking about in game number 1, Isaac, does have the opportunity to go for last pick of the draft, final counter pick, and Gen G, respecting that, take away that trademark Jax.
Yeah, I mean, taking away the Jax, I do think Gragas often considered to be a good matchup in the Jax, but it just wasn't last game. Bin just played so damn well, created a big advantage, and was impactful in the team fights, which was not really what I was expecting. I did expect him to do well in the 1v1, but it's been really hard for Jaxes to transition that lead and take it into a 5v5 where they can be effective. So Thresh being banned out, Lulu being banned out, a couple of the pairings for that Aphelios. Obviously, they want this Aphelios vulnerable because you've drafted Vi and Ahri. You want to be able to get into that backline and really destroy these guys. I'm curious where we're going to see On go. Is he going to be drafting towards Engage? Is it going to be something like the Braum that's more defensive? Are we going to see something like I have been wanting, such as Renata, which I think is really strong into a lot of these picks, but has not been popular whatsoever?
I wonder if BLG will go for Braum. There is a lot of risk with just taking a Braum blind, of course, but when we think about a lot of the meta supports, are they looking for more dive? The Yona was something that we saw from early on in the tournament, and the follow-up alongside the Vi is very prevalent. I don't love the Blitzcrank.
I think it should be Braum. I think if you go Leona, then Delight can just Braum, and then you're in a pretty bad 2v2.
Okay, yeah.
And I think Braum has more value in the 5v5. So I think, if you're not going to go for hard engage, if you feel like you've already got enough here, then Braum makes a lot of sense as a stable pick. It's one of those champions that can help to deny the follow-up. Tahm Kench would make a lot of sense as an answer here to the Vi and the Ahri, trying to keep Pays safe.
Yeah, I think BLG recognized we would have no peel for our Jinx if we decided to go for Leona, and they've got a Wukong Annie, so definitely makes a lot of sense. Gen G now need to find a solid, safe, blind top to go into Bin.
Now, my concern is, in a lot of situations, I think they would just go towards like a Scion or something here, but Gwen is not banned. And I think that's really problematic. So we could look towards like a Gnar if they want something.
Jace is up.
Jace is possible as well, but I just would be so scared to do carry versus carry after that performance that we got from Doran against Bin. Bin will counterpick you. But this is the problem again, like you go towards a tank, that's kind of what I expected, but then not banning the Gwen, I think it's just really going to be problematic because you can transition that lead so
They
well.
ran out of bans, Isaiah. They just ran out.
You only get 5.
Yeah. It's just so interesting, right? Because when I'm thinking about champion strength, I feel like I would way rather be playing against the Jax than I would be against the Gwen.
Yeah.
But maybe they're just saying, well, it's not about the champion, it's about Bin. And that's the problem, right? And he's so good on the Jax that he's kind of demanding that attention. But I feel like the Gwen is a better matchup into the Ornn, and it's also a better team fighter.
They also picked Ornn into Braum.
Yeah.
Like,
yikes.
It's one of those situations where when you think about what they're playing into, I think BLG are very happy. Admittedly, BLG's composition is very much about getting in front of your face, closing that gap. You have short range in the form of Gwen, who wants to have access to the backline. You also have a Vi and an Ahri that want to be able to dive. And when you kind of think about the front to back, Gen G have a lot of safety. Tahm Kench Ornn, a very powerful wall that BLG will have to find their way through. But we know that this game is going to come down to a lot of fights around the early objectives. BLG will not be afraid to fight you.
So at the end of the previous draft, I asked you both, who do you give the edge to? And the answer was Gen G, having the more straightforward comp. We saw that BLG navigated the game so much better. They ran it over. How do we feel about this one now that we've seen the drafts?
I personally like BLG's comp more. I think they actually have a really good pick. They have side lane, but they have a side lane team fighter that can bring it into that 5v5 and become really problematic for them. Gen G do have a monstrously strong mid jungle, but I like what BLG have drafted.
Yeah, my only concern for BLG is that I think that their comp is harder to execute when you kind of think about the late game team fights. Because when you have Gen G, you have just such a solid wall for Pays to stand behind. There's so many easy ways for them to start a fight because even if Doran's ultimate does get blocked, Peanut as a champion, like we saw what Kanavi was able to do on the Wukong yesterday, and the follow-up, whether it be Chovy initiating, Kanavi Peanut following, whether it's Peanut initiating and then Chovy following, this Annie Wukong duo is just monstrous. So I very much agree that BLG have a lot of agency in terms of their early game playmaking, but I do get concerned that if they don't build leads, can they break through the wall that Gen G's comp has built?
Yeah, and I mean, this is why this stuff is so interesting, right? Because it's all about, you know, where you see these different champion levels and where you expect the leads to be built. You know, when I'm thinking about it, I'm expecting Bin to have an advantage, and then Gwen can become so problematic. It's one of these champions that can solo threaten backline, you know, and even if Pays is kept safe by a Devour, if Pays isn't free hitting, and on the other side Elk is, then things really become problematic. So it's going to be so much down to where can you create these leads, where can you build advantages, and then how well can you execute on those advantages come 5v5.
And I want to talk about Elk a little bit here as we're starting things off and the minions are colliding, because at the beginning of the previous game, we were talking about how this is the guy that BLG want to invest in. This is the hyper carry. This is where the resources go, and that's why it meant so much that he got ahead early. And even later on in the game, we got to see him have one of those Jackie Love style moments where he flashes into the whole enemy team and drops his ulti, but he was prepared. He had the stopwatch that he just had bought immediately before, and it was just a bait. It sets it up. They're able to run him down. They immediately end the game. It feels like Elk is exactly where he needs to be mentally, recognizing his limits and pushing them just the right amount to make a highlight reel for his team instead of for Gen G.
He's a player that over time has steadily worked his way up the ranks, and obviously BLG, in terms of confidence coming into this tournament, many expected EDG to be the second seed representative or to be fighting alongside JDG. For BLG to kind of come out of nowhere, make the run that they did, like a lot of credit goes to multiple members on this team, but to see his growth, to see him performing on the international stage is definitely a sight to see. It's frustrating for the rest of the world that the LPL keep producing world-class AD carries, but for the LPL, their AD carries...
You already have it now.
Yeah.
You really need another?
Exactly. They're for sure a treat to watch.
And I mean, for BLG, you're talking about nobody expected him to be there. Yeah, this was a team that was 5th place in the regular season, a team that has only ever made playoffs in 6 out of 12 of the splits since they joined the LPL in 2018. This is not one of those orgs that is consistently always at the top all the time, but this roster, you just feel like they have that explosive power that can really set them off if they're all on the same page and they're all executing at their top level.
And what I think is interesting, when we saw the initial group draw, people were like, oh, I hope I get BLG, you know? And then moving into the next stage, oh, I think BLG is beatable, you know? And then moving into this stage, expectations are, oh, BLG shouldn't be able to stand a chance. BLG's bot lane under attack.
Gen G going in. Delight has led the way as On and Elk have to fall back. Pays still with full HP. Looking for a little bit more damage here from downtown with the Calibrum. Nice stun. Back onto Elk as he and On are forced back. We get done singing the praises of BLG, but we got to remember who they're staring down across the rift, because Gen G is a ferocious squad to have to fight. Shun coming in here looking for the dive onto Chovy. The charm flies out, but it missed. They get the damage anyway. The max range instant 1-2 proc on the Q as On has to try to get away from the tier 1 here in the bottom lane. Peanut looking to set up a dive, but Elk and On are already both out of danger. It's a 1-0 game for BLG.
Yeah, they get the kill, but it's the inverse of last game where all of these minions are being denied. They're actually going to have to TP their mid laner down to catch this wave because it's too many minions to lose. That would be about 2-3 full waves that Elk would lose, so BLG are not willing to have that happen. Bin trading well on that top side. But yeah, I mean, it was Delight that started it all up. Bin.
Oh, he flashed in! Bin puts him in the bin! Throws him away, doesn't even worry about it. That is the 1v1 top lane god.
Doran overstepped after losing a trade. He goes back in, and Bin, we talked about last game how he will not hesitate. Once again, he does not hesitate to cut Doran to pieces.
I mean, Doran was playing with fire there. When you see that the snip is fully stacked up and you are that low health, you cannot be in range of that guy. Bin goes for the Q flash, fully stacked on the Q, and just cuts him down. And he goes back to base with not only the solo kill, but double the CS that Doran had on his buy. You look at the buys, it's a Ruby Crystal versus a full Leeching Leer. That's a 1,300 gold buy versus a 400 gold buy in a losing lane that you already got solo killed in. So it's not about to get better.
And you think about the state of the map right now, Gen G found a great 2v2 trade in the bot lane, which they then converted into a dive, and they zoned so much farm away from Elk. You can see in terms of the CS, he's been able to claw that back, and in terms of actual gold, that's been neutralized. They are even between the 280 carries. Meanwhile, Yagao finds himself with a 300 gold lead. The top lane finds himself with a 400 gold lead. BLG's solo laners off the back of an early gank from Jun has benefited BLG massively in the early game.
Peanut already using the clone here to disengage from Yagao's charm. So Shun's able to further pressure into this enemy jungle, try to steal away this Raptor camp. You can see the small Raptors already being mopped up by Peanut. He's not willing to contest for the large one, but you can still get a good chunk of the camp just by taking all the small ones instead. Shun now needs to be mindful of Delight making the rotation up as Chovy drops the ulti here on Yagao. That bear is so obnoxious. Tibbers does so much damage if it sticks around. Meanwhile, 3v3 now here in the river. Peanut jumping in, looking to go after these guys on, trying to disengage. Shun and Yagao need to do the same. On is gonna drop, and it's Chovy getting the first kill of the game for Gen G.
Credit to Delight. He has been playing so aggressively on this Tahm Kench, setting up a lot for them on that bottom side. You know, gets the initial engagement, sets up that big trade on Elf, puts him down a little bit, then making that roam up here, finds the play, slowing him down enough that they can chase down, get the kill, and now take the dragon as well.
Props to Gen G. I feel like after game 1, they weren't quite expecting the level of aggression that BLG showed, but game 2, they're matching it now. They know the dragon's up. They want to fight BLG over it. Chovy drops his whole combo onto Yagao, meaning that they can create a health advantage, and it forces BLG to split apart right from the get-go. And as you said, Azel, it's really Delight setting up that play initially. He found a great play in the bot lane 2 versus 2. He finds another here in the river, and Gen G convert this into their first strike of the game.
Yep, goes for the aggressive dive into the river, finds that flash Q at the end as well to slow down From one more time. Really nicely done. And it does give a kill over to Chovy. And you were talking about it earlier before that. We were so rudely interrupted by that play. Annie, you know, just kind of drops Tibbers on cooldown in lane, right? And that is kind of how you just play out this lane, is that you can always get a really effective trade and then just utilize the Tibbers both to push out the wave and to harass your opponent. It's also really effective with first strike because you can get so much burst damage out that you kind of just end up farming gold with it.
Yeah, what's interesting for Chovy is that even though he did die earlier, thanks to the kill that he got back, he was even ahead of CS in the matchup against Yagao, and he finds himself with about 100 to 200 gold lead. So he's already getting decent advantages off the back of this first strike. 100 gold benefiting from the rune. So Gen G, again, kind of matching this early aggression. The goal difference right now largely exists because of Bin and Jun finding those early kills.
Yeah, and because you have that massive top gap, you're not really going to be able to contest here at the Herald. So it's just going to be a freebie for BLG up on this top side. Gen G will not even look to match. You can see that BLG did walk their bot lane up, but they're going to get back towards bot to catch everything except maybe they'll lose 1 or 2 minions. Maybe 1 melee minion, I think, is all they lost. So really well timed on the roam. They will lose a plate to Pace, who does have that white gun out to be able to kind of chunk through this pretty quickly. But still, well worth the move from BLG.
And one of the biggest differences this game is the status of Paze. I talked in game number 1 about how Gen G loses games, and it generally requires Paze to be set behind just because of how important this guy is to that Gen G war machine. This time around, he's feeling great. He's up 11 CS. He's the one who's already taken off 2.5 plates from the turret in his lane. And on a champion like Aphelios, we know he'll be able to carry fights.
Well, and that's why I thought that dive was so problematic in the last game. To me, that kind of really was the turning point that put Elk into the lead, and he never let hold of that lead. This time around, Gen G made sure that they were going to put pressure down on that bot side, that they were going to focus on keeping Pace safe and getting him ahead. They have accomplished that, though it is a very slight lead, so we'll see if he's going to be able to make good on it.
Looking for a play top.
All right. Ben could be in some trouble here, trying to fight it off in a 1v2, but so much burst from Peanut and from Doran. I don't know what the flash was for.
Terrible flash.
Ben just ends up wasting the summoner spell, still gives away the death, and it's Gen G feeling good topside.
Yeah, nicely done. Peanut just coming up with the lane gank. Again, Tibbers off cooldown. Tibbers dropped on Yagao, chunked down about 30-40% HP, and he's going to have to go back to base. So that is that frustration of dealing with Annie, and this is why we so frequently see it banned on the red side. It is really difficult to deal with, but I was expecting if Bin's going to flash at all, you need to try to flash the Ornn ulti. If he actually dodges the Ornn ulti there, he could potentially use the needles to actually just slow down Peanut and try to kite back, try to survive that way. But as soon as you get hit by all the CC, using the flash at 5% HP is definitely not it.
Yagao trying to charm Tibbers underneath the turret to do a little bit more damage to it, get it off.
It is worth quite a bit of gold, actually, if you kill it.
Yeah,
so it's worth
also
trying.
Just super annoying, so it's definitely worth killing. You'll notice here from Doran, he's going to throw out the Q into E to try and get that initial knockup, but also helps him close the gap to guarantee that the on ultimate connects. Then the Peanut just holds onto his ult, uses the W to then close the gap and throw out the ultimate again. Gets a quick kill. And it's a much needed kill as well, because really the gold disparities are being built from Jun and Bin. It's these two where they're finding bit of advantages. You can see it in the farm, you can see it in the early kills. So Peanut being able to alleviate some of that pressure definitely helps Gen G as they transition from this early game to mid.
Absolutely. And Doran did see Jun walking into the brush, so now it's just time to see if he can win Best Actor and waste a little bit of time, pretend that he doesn't know that he's there, stay close enough to keep him interested, but not so close that you could die. You have to say, though, the timing on the gank was really, really good. You know, Bin used the skip and slash forward, and as soon as he uses that, they immediately go. You know, you called it out, but Doran actually using that E to stay inside that immunity zone so we can make sure that the Ornn ulti does connect. Like, it was pretty much perfectly played from the Gen G side and really well timed. So credit to them. Bin was definitely feeling safe in that 1v1 with the gold lead he had.
And now we've got Gen G looking for a play here underneath the bottom lane tier 1 turret. Peanut and Chovy both showing up. Chovy does have that Tibbers available, ready yet again, but they are not going to overcommit to this dive. Pei is looking to potentially just grab the last bit of this third plate. The Infernum makes it very easy to shove up that wave, melts it before his minions even take any damage from theirs. There it is, 3 plates for Pei.
So the beauty of that play was that they didn't even have a stacked wave. It was just that because they saw Jun top, they said, hey Chovy, come with me. And so Peanut and Chovy just showed themselves. And they didn't need the proper setup because they know that they had a numbers advantage given that Jun was on the top side of the map. Now that they have this presence, now they have this push, they've rotated over to the Dragon. Yagao has pushed in mid. But BLG actually conceding this objective. A little uncharacteristic for BLG, but they are going to say, you know what, it's fine, we'll give this one up. We don't feel strong enough to fight right now, especially with the gold disparity that exists between the 280 carriers.
Yeah, it's a nice play from Gen G. It's also a nice response. I actually like how Elk backed off from the tower, on stayed under the tower, so he's actually soaking XP and still getting some of that gold. If you try to dive the Braum, the Jinx is close enough to assist, but the Jinx is not close enough that he can actually be engaged upon. So really well played. And, oh, the Herald's actually aggroing Tibbers and chasing. I've never seen that before.
Yeah,
that was wonky.
Interesting.
Shelly just full chased that thing, almost actually died before charging. That would have been really problematic.
That would have been a very clean interaction if it did succeed all the way. And even if it doesn't work out, I mean, obviously the Herald still got the charge. Yeah. You're still chunking down your opponent the exact same way that you were talking about. Chovy's been wanting to do the entire lane. That was a full HP Ahri for Yagao, knocked down to about 1/3 from just the Tibbers and follow-up basic spells combo. The Annie is so difficult to deal with. Again, just surprised that it made it through the bans.
Yeah, I mean, it's 250 gold earned from first strike, right? You know, that's almost a kill just from kind of farming gold. Every time Tibbers is up, you walk forward, you drop it, you proc the first strike, you use your full combo. And it's very, very easy to kind of farm gold in that way. Plus, obviously, it does scale very well because it's percentage damage. It's not just a static amount that is going to proc.
Right.
It's just amping everything that you're doing. So if you get that big engage later on, you're always going to have that flat percentage burst added on top of it. Oh, this is actually pretty tough for Doran now, though. He's going to have to be really, really careful about how he actually plays up this matchup because he is up against the Riftmaker now. He has the Radiant Virtue, so he did go for much more of the kind of like team-focused Mythic. You know, he's not really looking to scrap at all. So this means you basically just cannot interact with the Gwen whatsoever. You only just take the farm as it comes to your tower. There's no more fighting in the 1v1. And with the dagger picked up, Bin's actually going for the more split push heavy build. He's going to be going towards Nashers. It's not going to be a Cosmic Drive. It's not going to be an early Zonias or something along those lines.
It's my favorite matchups, the Cower and Fear ones.
Yeah.
Ones where you are perpetually under your tower and you go, best of luck team, I'll see you later.
See you in 30 minutes.
Yep. Doran, obviously not the strongest performance in game one. Was solo killed earlier, but can still have a huge impact in the fights. Yagao ults over.
BLG looking for their moment here in the mid lane, but they won't find a damn thing. Peanut's ready for the follow-up, throws Yagao up into the air. A lot of burst coming down from Gen G. Doran's got the kill on, and Shun barely survives. Doran's taken low. Bin jumps into the middle of everybody, but now he's got to retreat because Gen G's able to turn around, and Delight finds the kill. Yagao and Shun trying to hobble away, and Gen G get 2 for 0.
BLG tried to pull together some haphazard engage, and Gen G just tore it apart. Yagao couldn't connect the charm. On couldn't connect the ultimate. And we talked about Doran's impact in these fights while his Ornn was very present. The 2-man knockup the engage from afar, Gen G win out on the fight.
Yeah, it was really kind of haphazard. It was not very organized there from BLG. You know, they're sending that Ahri out with the ulti very early, trying to find a pick here. Yagao trying to set it up, but you always want to lead with the Vi, and that's the whole point of this combo, is that the Vi guarantees that everything lands from the Ahri. You go in with the Vi ult first, then the Charm is guaranteed, then the Everfrost is layered after that, and that is really the core of that duo. But when you send it here and you miss everything, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Bin got some really good ulti procs here off, was shredding through a lot of people, forcing out the stopwatch even from Chovy, but there's just no follow-up damage left.
I will say, had Chovy not stopwatched that, it may have given Elk the passive proc, and then that could have been a very different fight. But huge props to Chovy as well. He landed a massive stun in the middle of that, which really set up Doran to then get the follow-up CC. So much damage and stacking crowd control available on Gen G's side. And this is what we were talking about when we came into the game, about these drafts. BLG, while they do have a lot of agency, if they can't find that initial pick, you can see how in terms of the front to the back, it's a lot harder for them to just execute. Because the moment that the Wukong comes in with the amount of chaos that he provides, with the Annie ultimate providing so much CC as well, it becomes a lot harder to actually catch Pays out, which means that BLG can really struggle if the fight goes on for too long.
I mean, it's interesting because we kind of got glimpses of both sides, right? You know,
that's true.
To see how Bin was really able to wreak havoc in that backline, even just on one item. He got a lot of people very, very low. And if that engage is nailed, and all of a sudden Pays is a lot lower, well, the fight can look very different.
Or if he's even in the fight earlier,
exactly.
Right? Because he came into the fight quite late.
Yep.
So as we mentioned, it was a bit of a haphazard engage from BLG. If they can clean that up, this could very well be a different fight.
Well, we've got a pretty close game state now. The gold nearly tied, dead even, and it is 20 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Remember, the first two have gone the way of Gen G. If they get this third one, it'll put them on Soul Point, which could be a serious problem for BLG going forwards. Pays sidestepping away there. Delight getting to him there with the Abyssal Dive just to make sure in case they tried to make a move, he was there with the Devour to get his AD carry away to safety. But it looks like it's BLG with control over this bot side river, control over the Drake pit, and the opportunity to stop this stack. But Gen G's not just gonna let him do it. They're teleporting in Doran. Here on the Ornn, they've got the Herald summoned up mid. They're gonna use that to just apply pressure in the mid lane instead. The Drake is secured by BLG, so now Gen G, they didn't want to overcommit, just jump into a fight they weren't ready to take. Instead, they're going to at least trade objectives, grab this tier 1 turret here with a Demolish proc from Doran, and see if they can get this Herald a second charge. BLG trying to stop it. Herald smoked before it can connect.
Yeah, nicely done there. And surprisingly enough, that's first power, right? 17.5 minutes in, so it's more gold than you would normally get on those kind of trades. So Gen G getting paid off that. But it's an important dragon for BLG to take away. You can't be giving over that third dragon this early on, especially Ocean Soul with a team that has a lot of frontline. It is so problematic. So Bin is on the flank potentially here. Shun is coming back over. Gen G trying to force, could be overextending.
Yeah, BLG want to set up some sort of an angle here for Bin, but it's a little bit too risky. You can see Yagao still all the way down in that bot side river, trying to come up and complete the pincer attack as well, but just was not able to get there in time.
Yeah, Yagao did try it. The vision was a little bit too awkward, and BLG didn't like the position, so they decided not to overcommit. But I will say, this game overall a lot slower than what we saw in game 1. It's significantly less fighting, and I think the Gen G feel a lot more comfortable in that environment. Their real strength is about how they play the map, their lane assignments. Chovy wasn't prepared for this.
Chovy in some trouble as Shun initiates. There's the 1-2 punch of Vi and one of her lane mates. Line them up, knock them down. Ulti into the follow-up from the Gwen means that Bin and Shun can get that kill for free, and they'll take the tier 1 turret on top.
Yeah, really nicely done. They know that he doesn't have stopwatch because he actually spent it in that mid lane fight. So even though he has flash, there's no sense in using it. He was always going to go down. Getting the tower off that plate as well is great. Doran potentially could knock down a turret of his own here. Yagao's heading down, but not going to be there in time. So Gen G will answer the towers. The gold very, very close in this one. You know, it's a much closer contest. It's really all going to come down to the execution. And given the pace of the game, it really does feel like it's just going to be about dragon fights. It's just going to be about setting up those objectives. That's why it does extra damage when you do it like that. It's a warm-up, you know?
Yeah, he's winding up.
Yeah.
I think it's also really just an important mental game, you know? You've got to be having fun when you're
mental
playing
advantage secured.
Yeah, and he made sure that that entire wave died to the tower before he destroyed it. So we kind of look at the map state in its entirety. Vision, overall, well, relatively even across both sides. There are a couple of deep wards here you can see setting up for the Drake, which is still spawning from quite a ways away. Ideally, both teams are looking for these kind of outer towers, so if you are BLG, ideally you'd be looking to try and secure this bot tower, which means that you'd want to try and invest your vision towards the bot side and then look to secure it, and then the cross map on top. But right now it just feels like both teams are just catching waves, looking to farm, and perhaps they don't want to take that gamble. Instead, they're just going to wait for this next dragon in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the difficulties right now for Gen G is that you have no one that can actually really answer in a 1v1 against Bin.
True.
So Bin is just going to be pushing out side waves, then collapsing to the team, and always trying to use that tempo, right? Because they have Chovy now answering in a side wave, so now they know they have an extra member around here. So BLG can step forward, try to clear out vision, try to push out mid, try to gain some small advantages there before Bin heads back out towards top.
Man, what a close series between these two so far. Well, not quite the series, but at least this second game here. 21 minutes in, there's still only about 1,000 gold apart. 2 Drakes to 1, 2 turrets to 1. BLG not having that same sort of dominance that we saw in the first game. Gen G seems to be much more on top of things, much more in control after not letting things snowball away early on. And those second item completions that you see on your screen right there, the Zonias for Chovy, the Infinity Edge there for Pays. These could be critical in the upcoming fight.
Locket also just purchased by Delight, so a lot of big completions now coming through. Elk is doing what is a very common build, where you go Kraken into Zeal, then you go IE, just to have that additional attack speed, but it does delay your second item power spike quite a lot, so Elk definitely a lot weaker than Pays right now.
And you can see Elk just actually losing out on the trade against Pays there in the 1v1 in mid, even though Elk was the one with his support nearby. Considering Pays has the red-white combination, he knew it was just a 1v2. He wasn't afraid to get up there and scrap with these guys a little bit. Now you can see both teams sort of fighting for position and vision around this topside river, around this Baron pit. We are at the point of the game now where if you get a really one-sided fight in favor of either side, Baron could be the reward.
Yeah, and as we talked about earlier, it seems that both teams are just kind of setting up for the dragon. But Ben!
Oh boy. Doran jumps out, finds the knock-up. Then just goes back over the wall. He's fine.
That got a TP response, though. They were actually clearly very concerned that the collapse was coming through, so Yagao instant TP'd as soon as they saw that engage coming through. They're saying Doran's not going to be going by himself in that spot.
And now we have a follow-up TP as Chovy joins up with the rest of his squad here in the middle of the map. 4 seconds until that Drake spawns.
I'm also really interested to see how effective of an exhaust On can get. Delight did take Ignite, which is obviously better for lane, but exhaust scales much better. You know, against someone like Peanut or Chovy, if you can actually get that exhaust out before you can drop Tibbers, it is massive. And likewise with Peanut, it's going to be providing that relief for Elk in this team fight. You can see Yagao also just spellbooked over to exhaust. So they have double exhaust for this fight, which is actually a really big spike for this one team fight.
Over the wall, Shun looking for Chovy. The Tibbers is dropped and it doesn't accomplish anything. That's a huge cooldown no longer available for Gen G.
Wow, bit of a misstep there from Chovy. He thought that Jun was going to commit to that play. Yagao with the ultimate and positioning meant that it was very realistic, but he ended up getting baited. And his Tipper's now gone. Chovy will, of course, still be able to... Oh, the charm.
Nice little bit of damage coming out from BLG. Also remember, Yagao has Banshee's Veil and a stopwatch in inventory. So the Ahri has some get-out-of-jail-free cards. Tibbers now smote away by Shun. Make sure that they aren't going to be dealing with that extra ambient damage of the burn from the bear.
Gen G have lost mid lane prio, though, and they can't really just walk through them, so they're going to lose their mid lane tier 1 for free, and they're still going to have to answer, or BLG could go for a tier 2. So now BLG get to enter into the river. Braum can just hop over the wall if he's in trouble, so not really threatened here. BLG maneuvering this very, very well. Should be able to grab Scuttle, which is also really nice to have the additional move speed around these fights.
And one more hit. There we go. Shun picks that one up. Now Gen G, again, moving in as 5. Keep your eyes on the Ornhorn. Keep your eyes on the Braum to block it. Yagao coming around on the flank, but he's spotted out, marked by Peanut. The Drake at about 10,000 HP. Peanut used the smite to pop the Banshee's Veil on Yagao.
But it's fine.
He has a second charge.
Yeah, it should be fine to be back up. I was very concerned initially there, but it's okay. Dragon gets to 4K.
They're going in. Chovy wants to lead the way. The Drake is down to 3,000 as Chovy goes into the zone, used to protect himself for a little bit, and Tibbers is dropped once more. Now it's taken out, but Yagao is down. Pays grabs the kill, and Gen G have already run the fight. Peanut's going to chase down Elk, and the Jinx has no way home. Delight jumps over the wall with the Abyssal Dive, and on to the next target. Gobble, gobble. There goes On, and he's just more food for Pays. Gen G get 3, and they'll get themselves a soul point as well. I think Baron might be next.
Ruthless execution as Gen G flash onto the face of BLG, and this Annie Wukong combo destroys once again the damage that Chovy and Peanut were able to do in the fight on the back of all the CC. Pays basically solo killing Yagao. absolute domination from Gen G in game 2.
And I'm not sure that BLG realized how quickly the anti-ulti was going to be up, because remember, it was used mid lane and whiffed mid lane, and here is a flash Tibbers engage. The cooldown on this thing is just not fair. He already has it up. He's playing CDR boots. He has Leandries, which is the CDR passive from the Mythic, and he has the Zonian, so it's even more CDR, so very short cooldown on that. They find the engage, and as soon as you see this Wukong getting in onto your Jinx, there's just no chance.
And props to Doran. I gave all the credit to Pays, but it was Doran that completely isolated Yagao in the fight. He tried to flank over the wall, chain CC into chain CC, and then Pays just executed him on the spot. Gen G now with a very comfortable lead decided not to convert it into the Baron. They just took the fight, walked away. But a great fight and looking good for Gen G in game 2.
A couple critical things though. Elk did not waste summoners in what was a very clearly losing fight, and now has his IE completed. So he is at a much stronger point of the game here. So BLG, despite the fact that they lost the fight, didn't really overcommit, so they're pretty well set up to try to go again.
The game still is pretty close. That Drake that was secured by BLG earlier does end up coming in clutch, keeping that soul away from Gen G, at least for now. But BLG are getting to the point where one more big loss, one more big mistake could just signal effectively the end of the game. Gen G over the wall. They got to be careful here as, ooh, just a big whiff there from Yagao's Ahri means that BLG won't find anything.
I guess they didn't want to overcommit to that play, even if the charm did connect. See a bit of trading back and forth in bot lane, but Peanut has his eyes on Elk.
Jumps in. On decides to drop the Glacial Fissure, and now they're going to find some damage onto Peanut. They follow it up with Shun. They get the shutdown on the enemy jungler, and On's backing away, trying to escape from Tibbers. Pays is behind. Winter's Bite is there, and Ben's coming around. Snip, snip. They force him to go gold, and they shut him down with Ben. The rockets are flying, and Gen G's dying. Delight hits the floor next, and Doran barely gets away. BLG pull the trigger, and it strikes true. 3-0 for the LPL team.
BLG held on to their summoners in the previous losing fight, and as Peanut goes in for a chunk, On sees the opportunity to turn. He used the clone for the engage, so he didn't have it to get out. He hits the Q, he hits the ulti. They know they can proc the Braum passive, so in goes Shun. They full commit to the fight. Both top laners TP in, and it's been on the side, stacks up the Q on a ward and is able to find the angle here, and this is what I'm talking about. He had already used the clone for the engage. You have to respect the turn there, and it is beautiful from On and Elk.
I said it in game 1 and I'll say it again. You dare BLG to fight and they will play that game. The Braum passive CC onto Pays was spectacular. He's forced to flash away to safety, but that just means that it's easy for Bin to execute him on the back line.
And it's just these little things, but it's beautiful from Bin. He TP's in full stacks on that pink ward. So his first EQ forces out the stopwatch. He still has the charge of the ulti right after to finish off Pays immediately after that. Was just so well played by BLG. But on the other side, Gen G now level 15 here for Doran, so he has his own Mythic upgraded there. It's a Mythic upgraded as well for Pays. So there are signs of hope.
BLG, they showed this against G2, they showed this against JDG, that even when they're behind, they can fight their way out of any situation.
Yep.
And they saw what was a fantastic opportunity, which they have now snowballed into a commanding map state. On needs to be careful, though.
Yeah, On potentially in some trouble here. Shun over the wall. Gonna give him something to jump away to. Glacial Fissure thrown down by On, the support. Now disengaging, now getting back to his team. Bin's found his way into the back. He's found Chovy. Yagao's here on the front. He's gone golden. Two separate fights. BLG continuing to push down here on the bottom side as Doran's taken very low, and On now retreating again. Yagao's still at about 200. Doran's still about dead. Peanut has to run away and leave the clone back in the brush behind him. BLG win another fight, 1-0.
With Pays on the other side of the fight, there's no one to contest Bin. He has his death cap completed after that mid TP. You see how easily he chops through Doran. One proc of his ulti forced Chovy into the Zonias, and then there's no damage. He heals to full off of Doran, just using him for some free HP. And BLG come to life. They're pushing down mid. They take the tier 2, and they're gonna retreat back to the Dragon.
You foreshadowed it at the start of the game, Azael, where if Bin can just find the right angle, if Bin gets strong enough, he can become this unstoppable threat that Gen G don't really have an answer for. And that fight position was not a good one for BLG.
No.
They were very separated. Yagao and Elk were separated from their front line, and they didn't really have the support or good position to follow up. And Bin said, I don't care. I do not care. 1v2, 2v3, I have the damage, I have the tools to dismantle Gen G, and that is how they won that fight. They won a tower and they won a dragon.
Well, this is the thing. You know, when you get to this point on Gwen, it requires the entire enemy team to actually deal with you because they have to be able to stun you up, get you inside that shroud, and be able to burst you down, right? And Bin is at this point where he really knows the limits of his champion. We saw, you know, in the JDG versus T1 yesterday, when Zeus was actually able to pick it, the only way they're able to do it, it was the full 5-man collapse onto this Gwen. Everyone burst him down. The sustain becomes really impossible to deal with. The only healing debuff is an Ignite on Delight, which was not in position to be there. There was no damage coming out from Pays. They have no answers for Bin if he's not focused by everyone.
Now, the pings have come through from BLG onto their own AD carry, which is flash is up in about 45 to 50 seconds. They don't want to do anything until that is back up, and naturally they're going to assume that Pays' flash is up at the same time.
They're
so
synced.
both teams going to be playing safe for the time being, pushing out these waves, getting a bit of vision, but these AD carry summoner spells are crucial before any further fights continue.
Jovi also has to be really careful though, because he's been getting targeted a few times in these side lanes and in some of these fights. His flash is desynced from that of the Ahri. Bin's is going to be up before Doran's as well. So those critical summoners are going to be available sooner for BLG. And they're just going to be looking to continue rinse and repeat, set up for these dragon fights, set up for these Baron fights, pressure through sides with Bin. As long as Bin sees that multiple members are elsewhere on the map, he's pretty comfortable, I think, in almost any 1v2 at this point. I would actually favor him in a 1v2 against Doran plus Peanut at this point in the game.
It's so tough to deal with this guy. Stopwatches on both Bin and Shun whenever these guys decide to go in. Everfrost, Void Staff, Banshee's Veil, all done on Yagao. There's just so much power here on the side of BLG. We got 1.5 minutes until Baron, 3 minutes until the Drake. Gen G had so much control for so long, but then it was that mid lane fight that got BLG Baron. It was after Gen G had just won a pretty decided victory themselves, but you guys properly pointed out the saving of summoner spells, the fact that they recognized they could keep those resources and turn it around later. Now Gen G still has quite a few ways that they can slam a fight. When you look at Pays, you see the Hex Drinker with the Bloodthirster, Infinity Edge, Gale Force, evolved Mythic thanks to Doran's Ornn. And Gen G, 5 men top, they're going to force down the tier 1.
It's really going to be a battle of Pays saying, try to kill me, you know? And Bin is going to be like, okay. Like he's
Don't try too hard, stop that. Get away from me.
He's not going to shy away from that contest. And we'll see if Pays can stand his ground very close to level 16. That's going to make a big difference. But Bin, just as close to level 18. Absolute monster in the top lane.
I mean, Bin is more than the total gold lead for his team, right? You know, he is a good 4,000 gold ahead now of Doran. They're 3,000 gold up on Gen G. So if Gen G can have a fight without Bin involved in it, it's potentially going to look really good for them. But any fight where Bin has a good angle is going to be so problematic. And he has the gold here, I think, to finish Zhonya's, or at least very, very close.
And normally, when you're looking at a game state like that, you would say, oh, well, at least he's Ornn. At least he's always still guaranteed to be useful. But there's been a couple of these team fights where the Ornn Horn kind of just flies through and doesn't do anything. Even if it does do something, Braum can block it.
Exactly.
There are answers for BLG to deal with that guaranteed utility of an Ornn pick that you would normally assume. So Gen G, they got to execute.
Gold-wise, though, you know, you have 4 Mythics upgraded for that Ornn, so... the gold lead is really 0. It's basically a dead even game at this point. You know, Soul would be a massive advantage for Gen G if they can get it, but it's all going to be down to the execution here. You can see Bin trying to wrap around. He's being marked by Peanut, as Gen G do have the push through mid and are going to have easier access into the river.
They just used the Unbreakable from On's Braum, so BLG knew they had to back up for a second. You can't risk getting engaged on by the Ornn Horn when that's not available to block it.
The positioning here from Gen G is pretty good. You've got Peanut on the right flank, you've got Doran on the left, and Peanut just trying to bait out a couple of spells here, but Gen G really trying to mitigate BLG's angles to start off these fights.
Yeah, Peanut actually got the Banshees popped off. That's what he's trying to do on Yagao. So he does pop the Banshees off Yagao, and Yagao now is a more viable target.
A little bit of poke back and forth between both sides. Doran took about 1,000 HP. It doesn't look like that because he is the Ornn. but On also taking a slight amount of damage here.
But look at
Breaker being charged. Chovy's in some trouble. Uses the stasis to keep himself alive, and now the Ornhorn's coming through. Shun looking for a little bit of pressure as Ben's Hallowed Mist is going to keep him alive. Disengage, coming back out for BLG. Gen.G take a little bit of damage, but for the amount of ultis, the amount of abilities that went flying, there's not a lot of injured health so far. Shun backing away. Elk and On got to be careful as On's going to take a whole lot of damage here from Pays, rooted up, but now Pays could be in some trouble. One more hit for the winner's bite is going to set him up. They might just take him down. Yagal's after Chovy. He's barely still alive, and Yagal's got the first kill. He kites away from Peanut to stay alive. Elk continues the chase after Doran as Pays barely survived the onslaught from BLG, who win the fight, kill the enemy mid, and secure the next Drake.
Very scrappy fight here. A little bit of jitters, it feels like, between the teams. It looked like Shun shortchanged his Q flash there onto Chovy, and then we see Yagao shortchanging his flash as well for that pullback on his Q on Chovy. But at the end of the day, it's BLG again in these scrappier fights are going to have the advantage. It's them that come out on top. They move to Soul Point. They TP here over to the Baron, trying to make sure that Gen.G wasn't doing any sort of a sneaky rush, and they could easily start this up at this point. It is spotted, though, as they see multiple members walking over. So Doran and Peanut are here.
Nice charm down on a Doran. A little bit more damage, finding its way onto the tank, but that's not the guy you can target if the fight is even. Doran now getting chased down by Ben. He'll cut right through him. Ben is unstoppable, and BLG once again have a 5v4 as Chovy just now respawns and teleports to join up with the rest of Gen.G. BLG right back into the Baron pit. Keep your eyes on Chovy. It's going to need to be a big Tivers if they want to try to win something here. All of BLG starting to back away a little bit now. The Glacial Fissure dropped by On. BLG back into the pit. Chovy tagged up the winner's bite. There's the draw, and they want to go after Chovy. They force the ulti back out of the light, but BLG's health bars are looking bad. Guardian Angel's going to come out there from Shun, but Gen.G are camping the body. They take him down, and Chovy gets the credit. Pays flashes in. He wants the damage onto On, but he can't quite find it. On likely to drop here next as Pays goes on a killing spree. Ben tries to fight back. Delight is down. They're going after Chovy again. Elk looks for the reset. He's trying to cut Pays. The Rockets are ready to go. He's excited, and he just can't fight it. It's BLG winning another fight and getting another ace with a quadra kill for Elk.
Elk gets excited and spaces Gen.G perfectly with the Rockets. No chance for Pays to turn around. That was perfectly played by the BLG bot laner.
Wow, BLG demonstrating how strong the LPL is when it comes to team fighting. Doran sidestepping Ben. He just performed a magic trick as he disappears, walks away with the tower and daylight robbery. But let's look back at this fight.
This was so dicey. I thought BLG were going to lose this fight. Look at how low Ben is at the start of the fight. On is completely out of mana. He can't even use a spell on the Braum. This was looking like they had really overplayed their hand.
Yeah, and Shun dying at the start. There's no real way for BLG to assist him in the 4v5. Gen.G are playing patiently, and here they want to clean up. Pays even flashes in. The shield from On, magnificent to keep Bin alive. And now just keep your eyes on Bin and Elk. They're focusing getting that execution on the Bin, but that means the Elk is completely safe. The Runans means that he just tears through Gen.G, and the moment that he gets the first reset, it's crit. It's a crit, it's a crit, it's a crit, it's a crit, it's a kill, it's a quadra for Elk.
Yeah, and that is the advantage of the Jinx in those situations. You stack the lethal tempo, and you can see it. BLG's coaching staff are pumped up after that fight. They know it was critical.
And now BLG are looking to push down bottom side. I believe that Elk is 6 items on this Jinx. He is powered up with Baron. He is protected by his team. And BLG know they got everything they need to be able to find a win. Yagao and Shun gonna pressure the mid lane, pressure the tier 3, take down the inhibitor turret as Delight goes to join back up with Doran, but the base has been broken open. Gen.G trying to group up as 5 and continue their defense.
Yeah, BLG just need to be careful if they're splitting up like that to not get engaged on. Gen.G's only real recourse in this situation is to try to get an odd number fight. They need to find a 5v4. They need to find a 4v3, something along those lines. But Ben is just going to peel them apart. You can see him pushing down here along this bot side. On and Elk are just bouncing between mid and bot here, and they're going to be able to grab this inhibitor very easily. Chovy, can he find an angle?
BLG, they take out the inhib. Now Doran's gonna take the damage here with the start. Yagao CC'd as he has to try to get away. Doran goes for the Ornhorn, but On does a beautiful job blocking it out. Tibbers is summoned, Tibbers is down. BLG, they force the inhib, they disengage. 30 seconds left on their Baron. 50 seconds until the Drake Soul spawns. Whoever gets it is getting that Ocean Soul.
BLG have done a great job of clawing control back of this game, and so much of the story was about Bin, his impact in the side lanes, the fact that he was just this unstoppable demon. And then Elk has been stepping up, level 18 on the Jinx. Full build, and now BLG feel confident as the Dragon is spawning. This feels like the deciding fight, Flowers.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it all comes down to execution. Can Gen.G find the fight to turn this game back?
These fights are going to be so high lethality. There's no stopwatches available. Everyone's already kind of utilized theirs. The Zonius is even on cooldown, so it's all about the engages here. Everyone is doing so much damage at this point.
They charm up Doran, but he does a good job buffering through it. Meanwhile, the engage back onto Shun. Gen.G go after him, but they cannot burst down the jungler. BLG ready to defend him as Elk is firing into the Drake. BLG have started up the objective. Now Yagao off to the side, has to be careful. Peanut wants to contest it. Make it a 50-50 here for the Drake. He looks to go into the pit. It's going to be secured by the side of BLG. As Bin and Yagao look to keep everybody else occupied. Elk grabs a kill. They trade one back for support for jungler. But now Gen.G's going to go on the run. Elk is unstoppable. Gen.G are gone. A triple for the Jinx. Elk runs them over. And BLG are going to bring it home.
Pray all you want to the Church of Chovy. Nothing will stand in the way of BLG tearing Gen.G apart and going to match point in this best of 5.
It was such a close game for so long. Gen.G had an edge for so long, but the edge is blunted as BLG move on to match point.
Bin has been the difference, it feels like, for me in this series. That Gwen was unassailable in the late game fights. You see Doran was trying to mark him at the beginning of that fight. Bin didn't even commit his ulti, chunked him down 60-70% of his HP in about 2-3 seconds, cut through him like Swiss cheese. Then, as Gen.G are retreating up in that tight corridor, he finds the angle for an ulti across multiple members. The snip across multiple members instantly deletes FaZe. No one can get to Elk because Bin is such a problem. He is just not being able to be answered.
It feels like that there were just too many threats that Gen.G just couldn't solve, you know? And that final fight, it looked good initially for FaZe, getting that one kill onto the Braum. You think, oh, you get him back behind the wall, and he can just start to dish out the damage. But you saw how Bin just cut through that wall like paper, you know? There was nothing that stood in his way, and that choke point, as Azel was saying, just made it easier for Bin to do so much destruction, defying all expectations. What looked like a fantastic early game for Gen.G. They are being routed in the team fights, and BLG look fantastic.
You want to win, you got to deal with Bin.
Yep.
Gen.G has not found an answer yet. Top lane is often claimed to be some sort of an island in a game of League of Legends. Bin is an aircraft carrier, and he is unleashing the full might of the LPL on Gen.G right now. To break it down, let's head on back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you. I love the way you put that. You know, Binley Gaming. I don't know. I think there's not enough we can do to praise him. But of course, also the rest of the team and playing around and making it happen. Elk picking it up when it needed to be done. I had so much fun watching that game. I know Chronicler probably didn't, but I know Dagda and Emily did.
This is a great LPL goal graph to see here as well from these two teams. But yeah, I mean, I fully expected Gen.G to win this game. I thought they had it well in hand. And BLG have this really incredible ability to, once again, like we talk and we joke about like it's like they're dragging everyone into the mud with them, but really what it's about is trying to separate a lot of these 5v5s into places where Bing can go in and assassinate carry, where if Yagao can land a charm, it makes a massive difference to split everyone up so that they can get through. And also the Braum did work.
Wow.
I was about to launch it at that point because even though, you know, damage charts, they're nice and all. To me, the fact that On did as much as it in this game was incredible, right? Every single time you saw Gen.G wanting to go for a forward play, he was there. Doran couldn't get, I think, a single order ultimate off in that entire game, but even some of the assassination potential of an Annie couldn't be utilized at all, because if you throw it on, and as soon as he throws up his E, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like there was much that they could really do at all in this game. As you say, On was in perfect positioning. I think the team fighting was spectacular. Even Yagao, although it wasn't the best of games for him, at key moments, some of these charms were clutch.
It's on purpose.
And
It's like, oh, listen, look at me. I'm missing all these charms. It's not really working out. And then boom.
Hit him with the door. But yeah, I do love it. It's really great to see. And the fact that you're actually getting to, I mean, as Betty said on the desk, defy expectations here for BLG when they're expected to come in and be the ones that were put behind by Gen.G, outpacing them in the team fights is not something I expected to see at all from BLG.
No, do you still have your belt? Because I think it was round 2. I mean, I don't think we were going to do it if Gen.G ended up winning the game, but it happens again. And Bin overall, such a bigger conversation also about his development in his career, about the fact that he is now also in the conversation for, is he the best top laner in the world? You have the likes of Ziaz, you have the likes of 369. But wow, Emily, he's definitely putting on a show for us today.
Yeah, and I remember last year at MSI on RNG, right? There were all of these jokes about how like Xiaohu had to micromanage Bin and like tell him when to come in team fights. I think the big thing here is that you see Bin being, are we gonna ding the bell again? Yeah. You see Bin being able to, again, get in. If I had to critique, I say he could even split push a little more, you know? Like there was a point in this game where no one could contest him in the side, and he was not in the side lane. He was with his team. But I think his team fighting and his coordination, and the fact that he knows who he needs to kind of jump in on in these fights is massive.
Yeah, I love that you brought it up though, Emily, because you're not sole-based analyst. You say, hey, they could have actually split pushed better. They wouldn't have been in these close fights if they just utilized their Fed Gwen.
There was a fight where me and Rob are sitting there and we're like, why are you sending Yagao on the flank when you have a Fed Gwen?
All right, we need to move on to the team fights that we wanted to look at, because, you know, for a lot of this game, it was looking good for Gen.G.
Yeah, and I actually want to highlight, as me and Rob are going to round 2 versus the Telestrator. Let's see if we can do it.
I believe
yes, so we're just going to press play here, and as we start to go through, I want you to keep your eyes on how Gen.G set this up, because as you see BLG go in, after this ultimate gets used by On, look at the positioning that you're actually going to have here. As Peanut has direct access onto Elk, you don't really have any sort of pressure here at all onto the back line of Gen.G here. And this is where it all starts to go awry, because you'd actually have no pressure for the flank position. And as we start to play this one out, you'll see that Peanut immediately recognizes this. Bin isn't really in a good spot. You get a great ultimate from Pace to actually set up this engage when you get the CC. And from that point forward, BLG just don't really have anything to work with.
I also see Delight actually being able to keep Peanut alive there. And then here, it looks like there is a possibility for the fight to go back, right? Bin does an incredible amount of damage, and this really is a precursor to what is going to happen down the line. But then crucially, Chovy finds a stopwatch, the rest of the team stays alive, and you see the backline of BLG has to peace out. And the reason why we're highlighting this is because Gen.G at team fighting have been so good in the LCK, and the fact that BLG, after a lot of, like this team fight was good, most other ones were won by BLG.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of that was how they utilized the tools that they had in those fights, specifically when it came to On and these knockups, but also then a case of how they were setting up in for the flank, and I think that's where it made the big difference.
Yeah, and I feel like the next replay is going to show us that every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, BLG find the right team fight in the mid lane to turn the game on its head. Point it out to me, what is different and what is key here for BLG?
The big one the main reason that you're going to see the difference here is what On is able to achieve when he gets that knockup. I think I'm not sure if it's popped up here, but I know we had it anyway. Basically the big one was this one here in the B-roll that's coming up, is the fact that you end up with this situation where you're able to get this big knockup coming through. I actually think this is from the last one, so I'm going to hold to go to live, because I'm pretty sure it's on live instead, but hang on one second.
Talk to me about what happens, guys.
So basically you end up with this big Braum ultimate that comes through. It works out really, really well. And then at that stage where, okay, never mind. I'm not sure exactly what's happening here. But
every second counts and counts and counts and counts.
The Telestrator.
But the big thing that I wanted to point out, Braum gets an ultimate onto multi-men. That then sets up for a strong front to back that is really difficult then for Gen.G to deal with, because Peanut's on the retreat. You don't get access to the back. But crucially as well, they have Braum coming in on this beautiful, the Bin coming in this beautiful flank in behind them. The Gwen is able to set up beautifully, gets onto Pays, gets rid of him, and Elk is just free-firing this whole time. That makes it so difficult for Gen G to really operate in these fights.
Yeah, what an incredible turn of events today. And I know we've said it so many times, and it's the theme of this MSI, and defying and turning expectations on their heads, but that's exactly what they do as we now do get the replay.
Yeah, here we go. So, yeah, we'll have to actually start this one up as we go to hit play. So sending this one through, the big thing that you're going to see is this is where the utilization of ultimates is so much more important. So as you can look coming in onto this, the fact that you get this big flank coming through from Bin, you have all your front line nicely set up to cover Elk as he moves forward. And look at where Pays is. He's in such a dire spot. He gets hit by the CC, but even as he has that safety coming through, there's already been in a great position to follow up.
And also want to highlight, this is a problem that has plagued Gen G even domestically. Peanut going that far forward there, the rest of the team not ready to follow up. I think this was really the breaking point, but after this point, Bin is so incredibly fed, and every single fight revolves around him. He gets his death cap. From there on out, Gen G couldn't claw it back.
Yeah, I think the chaos on the desk does mirror the chaos that BLG have dragged Gen G into, and with that, BLG is only one win away from eliminating the reigning LCK champion from the tournament. We'll be right back with Game 3.
But yeah, I mean, it was the light that started it all up. Bin.
Oh, he flashed in! Bin puts him in the bin! Tibbers, Pays is behind! Winter's Bite is there, and Ben's coming around! Snip, snip! They force him to go gold, and they shut him down with Ben! The rockets are flying, and Gen G's dying! Ben tries to fight back, Delight is down! They're going after Trophy again! Elk looks for reset! He's trying to cut spacings! The rockets are ready to go! He's excited, and he just can't fight it! It's BLG winning another fight and getting another ace with a quadra kill for Elk! Get it!
Red Bull gives you wings.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free. Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
I'm not here to hurt you. I'm you. From the future. I don't know what happens in the future, but it's not up to you to fix the world all by yourself.
the same, ain't no debate. Cold rules are meant to break by the proudest. Get it.
Welcome back to MSI 2023 and this best of 5 battle between BLG and Gen G. Now, a lot of people expected this one to be Gen G favored. BLG smashed them in game number 1. And although game number 2 was a lot closer, it was BLG coming out on top of the fights and Bin putting the B in that team name.
Absolutely. I mean, I just think the biggest problem by far, has been Bin. I don't think this guy should ever be allowed to play Gwen. I think that is by far the best team fighting carry from top lane, right? He wants to play carries. Don't let him have this pick. It crushes tanks, which is what Doran wants to play on weak side. I feel like it was such a mistake. I honestly think if you run back that game and Bin is playing Jax, I think Gen G can win that game.
I mean, it's very fair. Sorry, I just can't get over the idea. Flowers, that's a great suggestion. They should be called Bin's Large Gaming.
Yes, he is a large man up there in top lane, and he is making large plays for BLG today. Let's see what it looks like here, getting into the draft for game number 3. It's Gen G banning out Kennen, Nautilus, and Lucian from the blue side. BLG banning out the Maokai, the Cassante, and there's one pick left for them to choose.
It's gotta be. They haven't been doing
I would
it.
hope Annie.
Oh, the Wukong. Okay.
Wukong,
I mean, Wukong
okay.
has been really good for Peanut, and they're just not that concerned about Annie. I mean, I just feel like every time I'm watching that pick, it seems so strong, but clearly not that concerned about it. I honestly want to kind of pose the question. It's like, if BLG just blind Gwen, what does Dorian do?
Yeah.
I don't think he has a pick. Like, this guy cannot go carry versus Bin. I don't think that BLG are going to first round it, and I'm expecting that it'll get banned. But, like, I honestly just don't think Doran has an answer. He can't go carry versus carry. And if you're going to get an advantage on Gwen, you're going to be able to bring that to the team fights. That's why I think it is the best carry top in this meta by far. It's just about 5v5. Who cares about the 1v1?
So if you were coaching this draft right now, you would just slam the Gwen?
Yeah, I would just slam the Gwen. Make him show that he can beat it. You're already up 2-0. Bin has absolutely gapped him back-to-back games. Where is the confidence level at for Doran right now? I would say it's probably pretty low. If he blinds a Gwen, I don't think he's going to have the confidence to just slam down a carry versus carry matchup against Bin to try to go toe-to-toe with the guy.
Well, I think that for Gen G right now, they're wondering what they pair it with the Annie, the Wukong ban, with Vi up and available. I think was a really nice adaptation from BLG. Will they just lock in their bot lane? The Zyrakan is available.
It's probably Zyrakan, and then it's just going to be Ahri on 3. Or it could be Lulu's up as well. You can go Aphelios.
I also wonder if they'll want to grab something like the Viego for Peanut, or maybe even something like, maybe not the Sejuani, but I think that they need to be concerned a little bit about how much Peanut's pool can be pinched in this situation. There are many supports that you can pair up alongside the Aphelios, but I guess it depends on what the priority is here, and that seems to be what they're discussing right now.
If you go Lulu, though, and you just ban supports, then you have 2v2 prio, almost guaranteed.
Okay, so they actually decide to lock in the jungle.
Wow, this is really kind of out of left field.
Well, so this is the thing, right? Because I think that their evaluations were, so we either pick jungle now and then accept the fact that we'll find a more favorable support matchup later, or we lock in support now, get us a stronger 2v2, but then our jungle pool gets really pinched.
But was Kindred ever going to be banned?
Well, I don't think Kindred was ever going to be banned. But
so that's why I'm like, then why, right? And Kindred to me has not been strong in this event at all, has really been struggling. The teams at the highest level are just layering their CC so well in these engages on Kindred that it's not like they're overlapping Charm and the Vault Breaker and all these things, and you get that tiny little window where you can ult. Mostly we're just seeing Kindreds die without ulting, and it's not because of some bad misplay on their hands. The other teams are just layering their CC perfectly. So it's like, to me, if you're going to early pick Kindred, you could just late pick Kindred, get a better support matchup. I think it's a little bit weird, but we'll see if it works out.
And once again, remember, with BLG on the red side, it means they can save that 5th and final pick of the draft for Bin, for counter pick in top lane. Gen G have learned the hard way in game number 2. You don't let Gwen through the draft. That's going to be banned out. Rakan banned away by the side of BLG.
I think BLG should ban Blitz here. Then it opens up the possibility of a Thresh or a Lulu. And I think it gives them a lot of safety. No, instead, okay, they'll ban the Lulu. So the thing is now, Gen G can just continue to ban away top. So now you're in this kind of weird, we're actually going to ban away the Braum. And so
yeah, I was going to say,
you look at something like Thresh, and then you sit there and go, okay, well, if you lock in Thresh, then the Blitzcrank can come out. But if you don't lock in the Thresh and you lock in another support, then the Thresh is going to come out as a response. And so Braum as a blind pick could have been a decent answer. And so instead of having to deal with that, they might actually just look to put Bin on a tank.
I mean, the Braum just absolutely destroyed T1 when they did this double marksman comp. Obviously, it was with Nautilus mid. There's some differences, but I do think it's so good against that. Very interesting that we are just going to see the Scion drop down here. I mean, it is about team fighting. I actually like that he's not playing the Jax. Yes, it did work in game number 1. To me, the 2 team fight carries that you can play top are Kennen and Gwen. They're both banned away, so I'd rather just see them play around 5v5.
So if you're Doran here, are you wiping the sweat off your forehead that you're not facing a carry bin this time, that you're just being able to play meatball versus meatball and have a little bit of a tank battle?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm expecting that he'll probably just go towards something like the Ornn. It could be Gragas, could also be Gnar. I think one of those 3 are all acceptable. You know, the Ornn to me was like kind of the go-to because I just don't think he's having a good series. This is kind of like one of those low barrier to entry type champions where you're going to get something.
So personally, I don't love Blitz, but I do think that in comps that don't have the same dive threat, that it does make sense. Because one of the problems we see with Blitz is how it doesn't offer the same level of peel that many other supports do have, but finding opportunities, it's very prevalent. Into the Thresh matchup, it's clearly a very good one. When paired up alongside Jinx, you also have the combo with the chompers combined with the hook into the knockup, right? Yeah. But I think that when you look at Genji's comp, the only real backline threat is the Ornn ultimate, and then maybe if Annie can find a flash, which means that Elk is probably feeling pretty safe, especially with Bin acting as a wall to protect him.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a lot of the fights, we might just see Annie used as the counter engage. You know, the Vi, the Ahri fly in, you just actually drop Tivers on them to peel for your own AD. This is going to be a real feast or famine comp here for BLG. You know, when you look over at their comp, when you're looking at a Vi Blitz, if you're playing from ahead, it can feel oppressive. If you're playing from behind, it starts to feel very worthless. You lose control of vision. And when Blitz is spotted, he has such low value at the highest level because it's going to be the Ornn walking at you in every single situation where you've been spotted, and he'll buffer the W, immune the hook. But if you can be hitting those hooks, the silence and the knockup are actually so effective to layer on top of this Kindred. I already talked about how Kindreds are really struggling to actually get their ultis off. Silence is devastating in a lot of these situations. It's just one more spell that can be used to delay the Kindred arc.
Yeah, and with Kindred not being a tank in any way, shape, or form, with Thresh as a support not having the economy to ever get meaningful defensive stats, there are 4 good targets to potentially pull when we get to those later game 5v5 stages.
You know, it's so interesting because Kraken is like so OP on Kindred that it's almost blasphemy to suggest building something else. But because of how many times I've seen Kindred get one-shot, I almost wonder, should you not just go shield bow into Black Cleaver and just not insta-die? Like, it is a really significant loss of damage, right? Because you can auto-Q auto very quickly. You can get that Kraken proc out pretty quick. PTA is not the choice here.
I love the speculation, but we both know what's going to happen.
He's going to build Kraken, but I think he's going to build Kraken, and then he's going to get one shot without being able to ult, right?
I think that's fair.
And it is one of those things where it's just interesting to talk about, right? It's like, is it less ideal? Yes, absolutely. Do you want to be hitting that front line with a Kraken instead of a shield bow? Yeah. But are you going to live if you go shield bow into Mercs and be able to get your ult off in every fight? I think also, yeah.
All right, gentlemen. Well, we've got the Sion split map invade. We've all seen it. I was most familiar with it in Europe. We saw it from BDS a bunch, but obviously it's been played all over the world. And it's very annoying to deal with. We've seen a bunch of different teams answer it in different ways. So I'm fascinated as to how Gen.G will deal with it. All of their vision is gone. BLG have committed 2 sweepers to clearing out absolutely all of the vision. And now they will begin their dismantling of the bot side jungle, but Doran has joined the fight.
Yeah, Gen.G have 4 bot, right? So they're actually going to look to scrap. We saw that T1 was willing to kind of scrap against these types of invades. This ward, though, is fantastic because that ward spots. So Elk and On, we're actually going to go to bot. Gen.G, we're going to try to do a late wraparound with 4 and get a 4v2. But this ward that we're seeing on our screen completely shut that down. So now they're going to actually have to try to start Krugs here.
He waited until Doran had already
he still got it. Peanut still got it.
But he's not going to get enough XP, is he?
No, he's not. I don't think.
Oh yeah, he will.
Okay,
He will. Okay.
He got it. That's actually so critical. He got it over the wall. So that lets him get level 2. So now they're going to be able to defend this. I don't think BLG can actually do the dive. We'll see if they agree or not. But Dorian clearly thinking they can't. Yep. So as long as he gets level 2 there, this was actually really smart. I think from both sides, it was pretty well played.
Yeah.
If Peanut doesn't get that large Krug, though, he probably doesn't hit 2, and then I think BLG go for the dive. So I think appropriate responses on both sides. And it's kind of cool to see this evolution, right? Like where people have to go through these layers and layers of responses, and it becomes about the vision, it becomes about how clever you can be with it.
And it makes me wonder, like, that hook from On probably wasn't a practice tech, right?
No.
It was in the moment. He's sitting there being like, oh, their plan is to get level 2 off the Krugs. This is something I've actually seen before. Let's make this as difficult as possible. Hooks it over. Unfortunately for Jun, he fails the smite, but had he been able to secure it, his bot lane play could have been very different.
You know, it's so interesting, right? Because then you can take it one step forward, and I wonder if the correct play was actually to just leash it and just delay it, right? You know, not actually try to secure it yourselves over the wall and just leash and then move as 4 into the Krugs when your jungler's level 2. But these are these things that you can't practice, as you're saying. They are trying to get this push though, but Gen.G bot lane gets level 2, so now it would become an incredibly risky dive. But like BLG are down for risk.
BLG is an incredibly risky team, my friends,
and now you don't even have to.
Wrapping around, yeah, they're just
free plate.
Getting the plate, no problem. On's gonna keep on walking up just in case somebody takes a couple steps back. He could potentially grab the hook here. Shun's still over the wall.
Ooh, look at the response. They expected that Peanut would be counter-evading, so Yagao went up and actually checked their Raptors to see, okay, is Peanut taking your side of the map? So now because he's not, they know that Peanut probably came down and was looking to actually hover, was looking to actually go for that. So Shun can take bot side Crab, move up, potentially challenge top side Crab, or even just clear his top 3 camps, and he's still gonna be ahead. It's 22 CS on the Vi to 12 on Peanut. He at least will get his 1 mark, but Shun's gonna be able to take all his top side camps, and this is just really well thought out.
Well, Yagao does need to base, which may make it easier for Peanut to contest. He will secure his first
He has
mark.
vision on him though, it's that ward. If Peanut starts this and he gets queued, he's gonna have to get out of there.
Smite's available for both. And he's going to be able to secure it. Jin doesn't want to take the gamble
Yagao's
away.
going to come. They're going to try to kill him, though. Q flash right now.
Boom, there it is. They engage on Peanut. Oh, the follow from Yagao. The charm goes wide, and Peanut gets out of danger. Bottom lane 2v2. Delight down to about 300 HP.
I actually really like that series of play there from BLG. Yes, you can say, but it didn't work, right? But had they actually hit that charm, it is a first blood. So instead of actually challenging for the camp, they were kind of going for the bigger reward by not walking out and smiting. He's waiting for the Q flash. Exactly, the bigger fish. He's looking for the Peanut.
The bigger chicken. In
what?
The jungle. Yeah, he was taking the chicken.
He was trying to take the wolf camp, not the chicken camp.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
The lamb
the
camp.
Wolf. I got that one.
Yeah. See, there are no fish camps, Betty.
Thanks, Betty.
I'm sorry,
Nami
Buzz. You're
the fish
right.
camp, actually.
I am a failure as a caster. I'm sorry. Okay, so
Betty is exposed. Absolute fraud.
a small goal advantage for BLG. We can see that advantage being built mainly in the bot side of the map with Elk, with about 350 gold.
Top gap.
And Doran, 150 gold up on Bin. Clearly getting the better of him.
Absolute domination.
A part of that was because Doran was able to get back to lane a little bit earlier than Bin was, but also in the early trades, Ornn is just, I mean, you guys have cast plenty of Ornn games before, you know what he's like.
He presses W and you walk away. Because you don't want to let him hit you with Brittle.
Yeah, but Bin's not going to be too perturbed by that. He'll be down a little bit in CS, but top lane really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It's all about bot presence. And On and Jun grouping up now as they look to contest these bot side camps. Krugs are up. Jun gets information on him. Would be a little bit risky to go for it, and he's not going to. And once again, Choga's just going to drop his ult.
This is pretty much the life of laning against Annie post 6.
Don't you love how not only does he do 80% of your health, he gets 37 gold for doing it?
Yeah.
It just pops up. It's just like, really?
It's just
that too.
It's just one of those things where you just know it's coming. It's Yagao, and he's just like, all right, just get it over with.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Pops the corrupting pot. We'll get his health back slowly over time. Ari in the early game can't really do much to tear through Tibbets. You just kind of have to wait it out, wave clear as much as you can.
I think the corrupting pot was actually a little bit of a tech here, because I don't actually think he did that in the previous game. I could be misremembering, but you know, in those previous games, it was happening to him over and over and over. So he was getting shoved back out of lane constantly. But maybe the corrupting pot a little bit of a tech, because if I recall correctly, could be wrong. I think he just had the refillable in that last game.
Well, now BLG are seeing if they might be able to find something down here. They're waiting with Shun, but Peanut and Chovy also both nearby. Remember, Chovy does not have the ultimate available, but you can see the stun is prepped on the Annie. Yagao going to eat some honey fruits. regenerate his own health and mana back near full values. Now Shun's going to start up the Drake, but it is Mountain Drake. It takes the longest to kill, and Bin is rotating down. Remember, Sion is very scary, specifically in these situations, because of the ulti's ability to get him into the fight in a very, very big way.
Exactly, and Chovy has no ult. You know, Bin rotates down, so it pretty much guarantees it. Bin will drop some farm, but honestly, he doesn't really care. He's going to lose a plate, unfortunately for him as well, but he can just TP back towards top, and clearly he is adjusting his playstyle to his champion, right? You know, if you're doing this on Gwen or Jax and you're giving up those plates, probably not going to be that happy, but when you're on Sion, honestly, you could be down 20 CS and you really don't care as long as you're getting something for your team as a result of those deficits.
Peanut again, looking to contest here at the enemy Raptor camp. It is marked. If he can get it, it's a nice little bit of advantage here for the Kindred. He has no ulti, only level 5.
Shun has no smite. That's why he actually leashed it. He wanted to try to back it up, but unfortunately it does mean with Chovy moving over, Peanut will get the stack, and that is his second mark. He got one on his first scuttle, and now getting an easy Raptor camp there is going to feel really good.
Chovy with the engage with the Tibbers.
Plus 35.
Plus 35. Hey,
pops up.
That's 2 less than last time.
Ooh. He's actually not scaling.
Yeah, a little bit of a weaker Tibbers drop. Unlucky.
This is the real metagame. Track how much gold they make.
Looking for hook.
Oh, I could see he wanted to try to snatch him out of the air there. That's so hard to do, and it was like
it's so cool
2
when you
seconds
do,
too
though.
late. Yeah, if you can actually hit it, you're a god.
Yeah,
but
I reckon I could find someone on Reddit that's done it multiple times.
I mean, I'm sure there's probably like 19.
They've only tried 19,000 times as well,
Yeah.
and they nailed it twice. It was totally worth it, Betty.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
It's like those guys shooting basketball shots from 2 miles away and it actually lands in the hoop.
It's just my favorite. It's just my favorite comment when people always go, "Well, no, it's easy."
Chovy.
Chovy walks into his own jungle only to find himself right in the path of the super mega death rocket, and Shun slamming him into the ground. It's first blood to BLG.
Peanut has been contesting every Raptors on the top side, but Shun has been doing the exact same thing on the bot. Chovy just wanted to get a bit of information to let his jungler know where the enemy jungler was, and unfortunately for him, it led him to his demise.
I mean, it was just really well played, because On is actually in that banana brush, so he spots Chovy walking around, and that is why Shun could just stay in the pit. Bin here.
All right, the dive onto Bin here in the top lane. Peanut just casually walks on up, gets that last shot, and finally, a little bit of success here in the top side for Gen G.
Yeah, pretty nice. They are able to donate the kill over to Peanut as well. It was not a mark, as he didn't want to just mark and then walk up there, as that's obviously can be a giveaway.
Yeah.
But yeah, just well played on both sides. The gold, again, dead even here. Yagao gonna face check.
Nicely done for Gen G, but do they have enough damage to kill him before he gets away? No, not quite. Spirit Rush brings Yagao to the safety of his team, as Shun and On are both waiting nearby.
Okay, support's getting active on the map. The Herald secured, of course, by Gen G means that they wanted to swap lanes and start funneling those plates into Pays. Doran's done a great job of securing a couple of early plates, so if they could get this whole tower into Pays' pocket, he'd be a very happy AD carry. On, though, in a threatening position to land a hook here.
And this is kind of what we saw from BLG back in the first game when they were on the blue side. Get the Herald, rotate your carry up into the top side. On pulls the Herald underneath the turret range. They want to try to take it out, but they can't get it before the charge. Plates are melting away. Pays wants to get this fourth one here. There's some extra money, but BLG cannot defend a whole lot more. It's Gen G making sure they get what they came for, and now everybody else backing away.
When we look at the bot side of the map, you'll notice as well that Doran is just doing a great job of keeping this pushed in so that Elk can't really trade plates. Chovy gonna sidestep that one. And overall, Gen G pretty happy with that exchange, gotten themselves a small gold lead for now.
Yeah, absolutely. And trying to get some of that gold back in the pocket of Baze, who had been kind of losing in that 2v2. He's still down about 300 gold, but you know, definitely a lot closer than it was after Elk and On had been putting on that pressure, and there had been BLG moving down and zoning Baze and light off the turret early.
Yeah, it's something that we do sometimes see when you do make this swap happen. You can't funnel all of that gold into the AD carry directly. You have to use numbers to force the Herald down, which is what happened there, which meant that the gold got shared. The good news for Gen G, as we were saying, is that Elk wasn't able to trade those plates back himself. We'll see if they can do that just now, though. With the next wave coming in and Doran looking to go back to base, he needs to be very careful of this presence on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, Elk did a good job there interrupting the recall from Doran. You can see how now it is not synced up with his own bottom lane coming back down here, so a little bit of resources going to be lost off of that swap thanks to Elk interrupting.
Yeah, they're actually going to lose plates topside, right? They're going to lose at least one full wave, if not two top. So yeah, one full wave there. They're going to lose 2 plates as well. So Doran was kind of messing around with it a little bit. You know, he got the first recall interrupted, and then it seemed like he was kind of staying around for a while. But you will get punished on the other side. It's not the Jinx that's going to get the plates. But again, you know, it was a slight advantage in that top lane for Doran, and it's now Bin who has actually pulled ahead in the gold.
19.6 to 19.4 thousand overall in terms of the gold count here. Very, very slight favor to the side of BLG. This early game being much more similar to game number 2 than it was to game number 1, where again, BLG just ran away with it in that first one. On looking for maybe a chance to find a pull here. Not gonna get anything.
It's the battle of vision right now around this dragon. Everyone is showing up. And I believe that we will experience a fight soon, Flowers. We know that both these teams want to secure this early objective. Peanut in an awkward spot, but he should be able to just jump over the wall.
Nice use of the Bellows Breath there to get through most of the charm. Doran still walks a couple of feet closer just as the last little bits of that CC expire. BLG starting up the objective. Bin here on the front. Again, not afraid of getting pulled in. This is the tank. Oh, a beautiful pull! And the Kindred is down like so many times before. Shun's gonna be killed in retaliation. Chovy goes into the stasis trying to stay alive with a decimating smash. Slams him back into the earth. Now On and Bin are ready to keep on chasing as Doran barely survives with 100 HP. On brings him back. Pays flashes away. And Elk says sayonara. A double kill back over to the AD carry. The Rockets keep flying. And BLG wins the first big fight of the third game.
On is going off on the Blitzcrank here, nailing the hooks, gets the Kindred, knocks him up, silences him. Peanut cannot get the ulti off. And again, BLG come to life in the team fights. And Elk gets paid. 3-0-2 now on the Jinx. He is way ahead.
Massive team fight win for BLG, and already in game 3, the momentum is riding high. Let's have a look back at this fight. It all starts with a great hook from On. Of course, a lot of damage comes down onto Bin initially. Keep your eyes on here. Is able to connect the hook.
Oh, back to live. Yigao getting dove. Doran and Peanut should be able to get this one done. Oh my goodness, never mind. Maybe we got ourselves a nice stasis. I believe both Gen G players will get away. It was pretty close. I respect the attempt there from Yigao.
That is a sad one. Okay. At least he got the ulti. But yeah, that's a rough one, right? Doran is actually dashing out, and Peanut, I think, just didn't even see the hook coming, right? Didn't realize. And I think, to be fair, On was also aiming for Doran. I don't think he was aiming for Peanut. It's just kind of the luck of the draw there, unfortunately. And Doran, who has not had a good series, is definitely going to catch some more heat for those types of things.
And the frustrating thing for Peanut in that situation as well is there may have been a window where you could actually pop the ultimate, but On throwing out his ultimate made it even harder for him to do that as well, right? So great pick comes out from BLG. They will secure themselves the Herald as well. Gen G not really in a position to contest after losing that mid-tier 1. And this game is very quickly snowballing out of control for BLG.
So the question immediately on my mind is, since we are now on match point for BLG, Gen G cannot afford to have any more of these games snowball completely out of the point where they can have a say in the game. What do they need to do immediately to keep things close enough to still play from a somewhat neutral standpoint?
They've got to find really good engages here, I think, between Chovy and Doran. I think if you sit back and allow On to dictate, he's just going to keep fishing for hooks, and I think he'll be fine here. There's going to be a Lantern available. But the problem is, Peanut, remember, no ult.
Going in after Peanut, does not land the charm. Means Peanut can try to get away here. Yigao finds Q1, no Q2. Oh, but here comes the Scion. Here comes the Rocket. Neither one of them's even needed except to move Kindred closer to Yigao, who picks up the 6th kill of the game for BLG.
That's the punish from the cross-map ulti from earlier. Peanut had that little panic ult as he saw the Jinx Rocket coming in, and now On gonna catch Delight.
Okay, Delight under pressure as Elk and On work together to take him down. Yigao with a TP in to try to make sure they've got the follow-up now. A 2v2 breaking out as Doran looks to charge forward, but Elk hits him with the zap to slow him down. A TP sum it up to bring Chovy into the mix means BLG won't take the fight any further, but because of all the attention in topside, Shun and Ben can take out the turret in the bottom lane. 2-0 turret lead for BLG.
I mean, Gen G just kind of getting made fun of across the map. Like BLG, bear in mind, Yigao was bot lane, found Peanut, punishes him in a solo kill, then a small skirmishes happen top, which Yigao is also involved in, right? And then as Yagao and Bin kind of swap sides of the map. It forces Chovy to TP to top side, and immediately BLG disengage, meaning that BLG can then get another tower bot lane. They're just getting everything on the map, and Gen G's just getting drawn into BLG's chaos.
I mean, BLG are playing it incredibly well, and Blitz Viari from ahead is so difficult to deal with. If you lose control of vision, it can be really, really rough, and Peanut, getting punished for that greed, because he wanted to go for that mark on Gromp. He did get his 4th mark at the very least, so that is something working for him. But Peanut now in an awkward position. If they check that brush, they're going to find Kindred.
And there they go. But unfortunately for them, BLG are not in a spot to make anything out of finding the Kindred because Pays and Delight are both there for the follow-up.
Worth noting, Lon is also going for Everfrost, so he's not doing the traditional support items. Everfrost, Blitz, it has become relatively popular. We see it in Pro a decent amount, and it's going to be double Everfrost, so the lockdown is just going to be enormous from BLG. If they ever hit 1 CC, they're going to hit everything.
Yeah, lockdown, Everfrost, Blitzcrank, all super annoying. On, though, with a beautiful pull. Peanut forced to use the Lamb's Respite there. On with the flash to get himself out of the way of the counterattack, but Bin has blocked the exit. Peanut tries to get away. Yagao can't find the damage to kill him off, but now Delight's here on the front line, and Elk is excited yet again. Another beautiful pull from On. Pays under pressure from Bin as Peanut jumps right back into the fight. Yagao still back on the side. A triple kill back over to Elk. BLG are team fighting gods, and Gen G have been excommunicated!
The bot lane of BLG is completely popping off. A quadra kill for Elk to follow up on his triple kill from earlier. BLG is just an unstoppable force here in Game 3.
An over 3,000 gold lead now for Elk as he found his moment. On has been unreal on the Blitzcrank, hitting hook after hook after hook this game. Gen G have no answer. And you said, Flowers, what does Gen G have to do to stop the snowball? It's too late. The snowball is here and it is rolling as this initial hook is going to be almost enough to burst down Peanut, but they do force out the ult.
And it makes you wonder why Gen G is trying to force this. They see a low health On, but like the TP flank that comes in from BLG, this Sion is in such a great position.
Beautiful.
Chovy's forced to use the stun very early, and look, there's a tower there, which means that even though Peanut gets away with his life, Elk is just completely uncontested on the backline. The amount of CC that Bin is landing, he basically kept Chovy, Pays, and Peanut out of the fight by himself, which then gave Elk the space to just dominate.
I mean, Elk is just in a firing range there. He's free-firing the entire fight. BLG's coaching staff so pumped up, they can smell the 3-0. We saw Bin between games holding up the 3-0, calling for the sweep as he did against Cloud9. He was right against them, and he's looking like he may very well be right against Gen G.
I mean, you've got a carry mid laner, you've got a carry jungler on the side of Gen G. Mid, jungle, and AD carry together didn't meet the same damage threshold as Elk's Jinx in that last fight. The setup between On's pulls and Bin's teleport, giving him that ability to block the exit, was just beautiful. BLG are showing up in beautiful form here today, and Gen G, I feel like they're just being suffocated by how well these fights are being played by BLG.
I mean, Pays is just getting so pressured. Great hook.
Nice potential pick here. Jun shouldn't be able to get away. Uses the ulti to try to make some distance, but the pick is complete. Pays gets the kill.
Baron.
And that's something Gen G really needed. Enemy jungler down for 30 seconds.
They gotta go Baron. 100% you flip Baron here. You have to. You just killed the enemy jungler. This is probably your only shot to come back in this game. They gotta force.
JDG in a 4 versus 5 were able to make a miraculous fight happen in this situation. Let's see if BLG can do the same.
BLG ready to try to stop the Gen G 20-minute Baron attempt. Chovy trying to back away a little bit here.
Watch
you can see
Doran's
Delight.
turn.
Hex Flash not going to find a mark here as Gen G have the Baron down to about half. Doran leads the charge. Chovy's exhausted. Yagao focused here with the very start. He's taken down. Pays gets the kill. Doran kept alive. Super Mega Death Rocket won't get any kills thanks to the Lamb's Respite. And now Bin's going to be dropped next. They take down the Sion. Gen G may not have got the objective, but they win the fight. And they're starting to claw their way back into the game.
That was a beautiful turn there from Doran. He pops the ulti and he flashes over the wall for the quicker redirect onto Elk. So Elk had no ability to actually react to that with the Gale Force. And Gen G are going to TP back in. They're going to start up the Baron again.
Jun is here, but the health bars are full once more for the Gen G solo laners. The Baron begins again.
Elk is low on resources, and BLG are down 2 men. The Baron is the target for the side of Gen G, but Elk is legendary, and Delight is already down on trying to be the front line here. Maybe look for a pick for his AD carry. Elk doesn't have the damage to meaningfully hurt Doran any further here, but the important part is BLG 3v5, stop the Baron and get a 1-for-1.
So Shun sacrifices his life to try and get that execution onto Peanut. While he doesn't find the kill, he does what he needs to, and he forces Gen G away from the Baron. It was he who initially got picked, put Gen G in that position, and BLG did a great job of buying enough time to bail them out. But Gen G showcasing that their fangs are still sharp, and they're not quite out of this game just yet.
Yeah, what a tense moment there. Gen G saw their window, trying to force around the Baron, but it's just right back to the Baron, ever respawning, running out here as Peanut is back in base. So Gen G clearly concerned about BLG now starting this up. They have no vision in the area. You know, if you look at the mini-map, there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing for them across the river or even in the river. So Gen G are now in such a difficult spot where you have to face check blind into a blitz.
Scary, scary stuff for Gen G. They are 0-3 on Drakes as well, with the next one spawning in just over 90 seconds. The smallest individual mistake could effectively mean the end of the game here for the Korean representatives, the #1 seed from the LCK. On goes in, he tries to find the flash hook, and instead Paze is unstoppable. The punish is ready to go from Gen G. Yagao dashes forward, but Delight's gonna be the target here for BLG. They're still trying to outfight him, but the Lamb's Respite keeps everybody alive. Elk is untouched, trying to find a reset. Ben goes on a killing spree. Delight is down. Now it's Gen G on the run. Jovi trying to get away, but Ben is right on top of him. Despite how good it looked, Gen G lose 3, and BLG get another fight.
What a tense fight once again. Paze will take damage.
Paze trying to get away from this. There's such low health. The shutdown. Back and forth. The marksmen are all dead. Peanut grabs the kill. He's down to 150. Ben wants to get him, but the jump over the wall with a dance of arrows from Peanut. He's still alive for now. Let's see how much further he might be able to get away. Gets a heal. Gets over the wall.
Wait,
On's looking for Peanut here. They want to get this enemy jungler. Ben coming around to stop him. There's the grab. Kaboom! Shut down over to On.
Hook, line, and sinker for On, as he will get the execution on the Peanut. That's a 30-second death timer. But what a fight. It starts with On looking for Paze, who just so calmly sidesteps the hook. Chovy sees that window to punish, but things really get chaotic from here on out.
Again, it's just Elk that is really untouched. Delight finds the hook, but no one's in position to follow up. It's an instant cleanse, and as Elk steps forward, it gets so terrifying here for Gen G. A well-timed ulti there. If that Charmin from Miguel had been a split second earlier, everyone on Gen G is dead instantly. But Peanut does get the ulti off.
That flash in from Bin as well. The second that the Lamb's Respite disappeared, he created a wall once again.
They're on Baron.
Zone pays away. The Baron begins. Peanut is alive, the hook.
The pull onto Doran. That would normally not be the right target, but BLG has so much damage, so much burst. They have a 3-item jinx with a last whisper tacked on, and it means that Gen G can only take a consolation prize in stopping the Dragon Soul as BLG secure a 25-minute Baron.
Yeah, they're going to deny the soul here. They will get an objective bounty. Yes, okay, so they will be able to secure this. But BLG are going to be pushing on top side. You're missing your top lane. You're for sure going to lose the tier 2 top. You're very likely going to lose an inhibitor as well. We'll see how far BLG goes.
There's no reason for BLG to slow down here. Yagao even has the TP, so he can push in mid. If they feel like they need to reset, he can. Do BLG want to push their advantage anymore? They have a wave coming in mid. Yeah, I like this from BLG. Just keep the pressure up. The resets are now coming through for Gen G. They know they have 2 waves. Yagao's going to secure another tower mid.
Tier 3 mid collapsed. Top lane tier 3 is defended in time by the Gen G players respawning, resetting, getting themselves back into position. But BLG plus 2,000 gold in the Red Bull Baron power play, plus 6,000 gold in the game as a whole. No, they didn't get the soul, but they're feeling great about the current state of game number 3.
What an absolute glow up for BLG. Their run throughout the LPL playoffs was unprecedented. For them to make it to the finals in the way that they did defied expectations, and coming into MSI they were considered the weakest of the Eastern teams. Many that the West wanted to face, one that they believed that they could beat, and at every turn BLG have continued to defy expectations. Now against the LCK's first seed, they are looking to clean sweep them with their incredible team fighting prowess.
I mean, it's just going to be so hard for Gen G to be able to come back from this point. You know, you look at Doran. Doran is 2 levels down on the enemy ADC, who is also 2 items up on him. Doran is going to die instantly.
Shun face checking. This might be the angle that Gen G needs. A little bit more damage goes through and kills the enemy jungler. Doran firing the Ornn ulti from downtown. Not going to get a whole lot more out of that. Call of the Forge God not getting a knockup means they won't find any more kills, but at least they've stopped the BLG full team fighting machine for now.
That is great, but that's Tibbers, that's Ornn ult, that's Thresh ult, that's a lot of cooldowns used. So BLG are unthreatened. They're just going to walk mid. They're going to take the inhibitor. And will they go for more?
Hayes losing half HP to 2 auto attacks there from Elk. Gen G taking a bit of damage on a couple of different players here as BLG retreat. Now they're stepping forward. Now they want to potentially find the engagement again. Ben goes in, finds the knock up there into Peanut. He drops the Lamb's Respite in time to stay alive. Jovi with the stasis, avoiding the pull. Doran here in the front line has been slain by the light, but now they might be able to get one back. Doran, one more auto attack and he falls. Elk is still looking. He wants to find a little bit more damage, but he can't quite get there. Gen G escape back into their own base. It's Doran and Ben. The tanks are traded, but it's BLG with the wave ready to go here in the top side. They're looking at a tier 3 turret again, this time in top lane.
Wow. Even at a numbers disadvantage, the positioning of Elk remains flawless. It is so difficult for Gen G to get access onto that backline. And on the ever-looming threat of these hooks is something that Gen G constantly have to respect. They will lose another tower. Their base is in tatters. And Gen G's next hope is that maybe they can contest maybe a dragon, maybe a Baron, but their backs are completely against the wall. This is BLG's game to lose.
I mean, Gen G just needs to buy so much time for their marksman. They do have 3 items on both their marksmen now, which is a good spot to be in. You can see the angle there from Bin. Looks for Delight, forces out the flash, lands the knockup. The charm is there, but again, Peanut pre-ults the charm. So it has been on point with his Kindred ult in this game, but it's Elk that's the problem, right? And that is the issue. You're not forcing sums from Elk. You're not being able to get there. Look at how calm he is, by the way. Just takes 1 step back on that Thresh hook, stays exactly out of range of it, not over-kiting back so that he can continue the chase after it misses. I mean, that is absolute confidence. To be here on match point, you're not even phased. You're like, yep, no, this is the exact pixel I need to walk to. Not going to take a step further back.
Match point against one of the best teams in the tournament. BLG continually unafraid, continually stepping forward. 5,000 gold ahead, less than 1 minute until the Drake spawns again. Remember, they are still on soul point. Their opponents in Gen G only having that single Cloud Drake they got as a consolation prize when BLG took the Baron previously. Top lane inhibitor is open. Mid lane inhibitor is down. Bottom lane, tier 2 turret, the last structure left standing outside of the Gen G base. That's where the pressure is now. That's where BLG is focusing. But back in the base, the Nexus turrets are having to absorb the super minions.
And so really all BLG has to do is wait for someone to answer. As soon as Doran shows up there, all right, you walk forward. If Gen G tries to defend his fort, you're dead. You will get dove here. So it's easy to grab that tier 2. And now it's going to be about setting up for this dragon. BLG want to play for soul. And they have denied all vision. If we can do a vision toggle here, there's nothing for Gen G out on the map.
I mean, Peanut is in some serious danger. He will be able to get away to safety. But I think BLG can sacrifice the dragon. They don't have to if they would rather just use this time to set up vision around Baron, response in 45 seconds. But okay, they're going to take the easy objective, totally fine, secure themselves that soul. This does give a window for Gen G to at least get some wards around the Baron area so they can look for a contest. All right, are they contesting now?
Drake secured. BLG ready to step up here in the mid lane and challenge them. Shun's coming around from the side. Peanut, 40% HP. Elk's rockets are so deadly. Gen G have to try to get themselves back here. They do not want to be caught out. Shun wrapped around, but Gen G was able to get away in time.
So BLG have kind of shepherded Gen G into this top river, which then gives them access into the mid lane. They can convert this pressure into the bot lane tower and just completely disregard the Baron entirely. There's no way for Gen G to actually start the Baron off because they're just going to lose the game.
Exactly. You force them to come answer bot, then BLG can either look for a dive, look for a play, or just move back out towards the Baron. Shun going a little bit too far forward there with the Q is going to be forced to flash, but now BLG will move up towards the Baron. They'll threaten that area. It's just really nice map movements. They're dictating the pace. They're dictating where Gen G has to go.
On with a pull! Oh my God, he
found Delight and instantly killed him. Gen G have lost their support. Peanut loses a quarter of his health to a single rocket from Elk. BLG, this support over and over and over again this game. The Blitzcrank has paid dividends. It's a champion that is entirely useless or entirely game-breaking. It's all about the pilot. And On is absolutely
Look at you,
dominant.
Gao. This could be a game-ending fight here. Gen G's gonna try to face check in. I don't think they feel that they can give up the Baron, but Yagao has the perfect flank angle.
Doran gonna try to guard Pays here. Keep your eyes on the Aphelios. They summon up the Ornhorn. They want to get the damage here as Shun goes over the wall, tries to deal with Pays. Now Chovy's under pressure. Can't get the kill on Elk. Shun is killed by Peanut. Elk under pressure there from the Tibbers as Chovy finally dies. Elk gets excited from that. Yagao goes in and finds the charm on the enemy top laner, and Doran flashes back over the wall. Peanut's damage is not impactful. Bin can keep getting himself back as Gen G lose their mid laner, but honestly not too bad. Delight is respawned.
Exactly, Delight is respawned and Doran can TP back, so Gen G have pushed them off, and now they're going to try to take their opportunity to start this up. They don't want BLG to have a free base.
Shun is not alive, but BLG will not give this up without a fight.
BLG ready to challenge here on the Baron. They throw out the Everfrost Delight with a flash, but Elk's already got him killed. Doran's going to be taking the damage now. The Lamb's Respite barely keeping Pays alive through the Super Mega Death Rocket. Doran steps under the Chompers, and Elk's ready to free fire yet again. Gen G lose their front line, and BLG are still chasing. Bina with a flash away from the zap as On and Yagao, both completely out of mana, chase after the Gen G jungler, who can use the Dance of Arrows to get back over the wall.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
Chovy's by himself.
TP, Chovy coming in, but Shun marks him immediately. Just happens to be walking through the area. He goes in with the ulti. The follow-up from Yagao may have just been a mistake, but no, he barely escapes. And Elk is after Chovy. One more auto attack kills the Gen G mid laner, and BLG still come out on top.
Regardless of the pressure that BLG is put under, they do not bend, they do not break, and they stand strong against the LCK first seed. BLG will secure the Baron, and once again, they're looking to clean sweep Gen G.
Pays played it out really well, trying to stay alive on that Baron turn here. BLG, though, so confident they're even going to wait for their 5th member to respawn. All 5 now have that Baron buff. They have the soul secured. BLG are playing incredibly well.
14, 1, and 8. 22 out of 24 kill participation for Elk. 11 out of 12. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's about a 92% kill participation here for this AD carry that is now full build, that is now absolutely impossible to be within range of without dying for Gen G.
I mean, Elk has been incredible, but to me, On has been the difference maker in this one. He has set up so many of the fights, finding these picks that are constantly putting Gen G in these 4v5 situations where they have to problem solve to just even stay alive. And now Gen G, again, backs against the walls here. One Nexus away from their tournament ending. They need a pick. They need to find some sort of a miracle play if they're to have any hope of coming back in this one against BLG.
BLG ready to end it here, ready to move on for a showdown against the other Korean representative here in the tournament. T1 waiting for whoever wins this series, and BLG are so close, they can taste it. Remember, the tier 3 turrets are already taken out in the other lanes. Now they're pressuring onto the tier 3 here in bottom. Tibbers has already been summoned up. The Moonlight Vigil misses. On is below half health, but it doesn't matter a whole lot. BLG are gonna hard force it. They go in with a Vi ulti on to Pays. They're gonna find a lot. They'll force out the Lamb's Respite as Doran takes all the damage, and On grabs the shutdown on Pays. It's over, it's done. BLG's won the clean ace as the LPL number 2 seed from 5th place in the regular season takes down the best team in Korea and earns their spot in the next round.
The LPL faithful erupt here in London. The crowd is going crazy, and you can see the BLG coaches rush to the stage, celebrating with their players. Absolute domination here from BLG today. What a performance against Korea's #1 team.
The underdog story continues for BLG. They fell short to JDG. They had to make the run through the lower bracket, but no one has stood in their way. London, it is BLG that will move forward. They will secure top 3 at MSI 2023.
And those underdogs are barking today. It was Bin's Gwen to enable the comeback victory in game number 2. It was On's Blitzcrank finding pick after pick after pick after pick in game number 3. It was Elk on the AD carry constantly with the confidence and the spacing and the mechanics to win these games. The whole team working together for an outcome that nobody was expecting.
And what I'll say is that Yagao gets a lot of flack, and I totally understand where that all comes from, but this man's charms this tournament have been game defining. In that last fight around the Baron, landing the charm, you saw it in the Fighter's L onto the enemy AD carry. Like, he has just been so clutch in so many of these crucial moments.
I mean, he showed up huge, right? He really did outperform Chopi today. Had a great series. You know, the Talia game, I thought he was incredibly impactful. Awesome. In this game, you call it the charm on the AD by the Baron, but also even that final fight, there was multiple fights where he's actually charming Doran on the redirect for the Ornn ulti, denying him from being able to even shoot off that ulti. Between the Braum game, between this, they create so much space for Elk. It's really amazing to see. You know, the only way that Elk could have been threatened in that fight is if the Ornn ulti hits him, and Elk basically kited around the side, and Yagao just goes with him, charms Doran right as he's trying to redirect the ult, so he can't even do it, creating all this space for Elk to just get the resets, to go crazy. It's so impressive to watch how these teams are actually team fighting. It is just so next level.
And of course, with the success of BLG, it does of course mean the demise of Gen G. International success continues to elude them. But Gen G, a strong contender at this tournament, and London will say their goodbyes.
Gen G make their way to the stage to take their final bow of MSI 2023. Not the outcome that Korea's #1 seed was looking for. They'll go back. We expect to see them come back stronger, a top competitor in the region. You know they're going to be hungry for vengeance the next time international competition rolls around after this one.
Absolutely. Not the result they wanted, but still a really impressive showing overall. You know, they took T1 to 5 games. Pays has been so impressive. This is, you know, a rookie here, first international event, really showing up, I think, and performing very, very well.
I mean, there are positives to take away, but at the end of the day, Gen G is an organization that expects the highest, right? And like, after winning back-to-back LCK titles, for them to fall short is not the result that they were hoping for. So as you rightly said, as they return to summer in the LCK, I'm sure that they'll have a lot to reflect on and look to come back even stronger, as we expect them very much at Worlds this year.
And when we're talking about looking ahead for BLG now, it's all about looking ahead to tomorrow. They're going up against T1. They're going up against the team that ran the show of the LCK for most of the split and then lost the final. BLG surprised everybody here today, and I think again tomorrow they're going to have to come out swinging.
I mean, it's so interesting, right? Because I think everyone, at least in the Western scene, really was predicting Gen G to dominate here today. People thought that they were too solid, that BLG was going to just play a slower early game, was going to look for team fights, and Gen G would be able to control that and be able to just outperform in the 5v5. So, you know, you want to say that T1 would be the favorites, but like, can you even really think that anymore with how they performed today?
Too many expectations,
exactly.
Right? Like, and what is it to define another one? We saw that the T1 JDG series was defined by team fighting, and I think that it's fair to say that LPL is just the best team fighting region in the world. T1 are definitely going to have their
change, some things stay the same.
I've seen conversations online over the course of the tournament talking about how for a tournament coined with the phrase defy, there hasn't been a lot of defying the expectations in some of these matchups, but BLG are truly the defiant team here at MSI 2023. And with their 3-0 victory over Gen G, we're going to throw it over to the stage with Lore and Yagao for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, guys. And Yagao, ni hao, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking down Gen G 3-0 today. A surprising result, I think, when you think about what the fans' expectations had coming into today. Tell me about your understanding of Gen G and the preparation you planned against them.
首先，恭喜你们，今天是3-0，非常干净的拿下了今天的这场 BO5。可能3-0这个比分对于很多人来讲是稍微有一点出乎意料的，所以说也想问一下牙膏选手，可能对于 Gen G 这支队伍有什么属于自己的理解？在今天的比赛开始之前，又进行了怎么样的准备呢？
剑姬的话，就是他们是以中路为核心嘛，然后就今天我限制好他，就感觉我们就能赢。
I believe For Gen G, the whole team, mainly they play around the mid lane. So for today, if I can restrain the opponent's mid laner Chovey's position, his performance, we can get the win.
And it must mean even more for you, because over the years it feels like people have been doubting you. The same way they kept on doubting BLG, and you made it so far, reaching the next round. What does it mean to you to prove people wrong once again?
其实感觉一路走来，其实也有很多人可能会对我们牙膏选手有一些质疑。同样的，也有很多人可能会质疑 BLG， 但是在这个舞台上，你们一路过关斩将来到了这里，并且将在接下来挑战全新的旅程。所以说，你觉得在这个舞台上证明自己，对你来讲意味着什么？
就怎么说？就感谢大家支持 BLG 吧，然后明天我们会继续打破质疑的。
So first of all, I really appreciate all the supports for me and for BLG, and also for tomorrow, we are going to prove ourselves as well.
We will talk about tomorrow's matchup a bit later, but I have another question for you. You played 44 games till the beginning of playoffs in the LPL until the game you played now, more than any team at MSI. How do you manage to keep up with this intense schedule and peak at the right moment at MSI?
其实从 LPL 的季后赛开始，一路走到这里，你们一共打了44局的比赛。其实这是比任何一支来这里参赛的队伍都要多的，所以说也想问一下，你们是怎么样来好好的消化如此紧密的赛程，又怎么样能够在 MSI 舞台上保持这么高的竞技水准呢？
就因为我们队伍都比较年轻嘛，然后他们身体就都比较好，然后体力很好，然后就我的话就多注意休息就好了。
Because in our teams we have so many young players, so we just would like to maintain a very good health and travel fast, and also for me, I just would like to take more rest, maybe.
And this is what will make you have the final form, hopefully coming into tomorrow's matchup. I know that you have a lot of respect for FLICKR, especially. You were talking about defeating Chovey today. How important is it going to be for you to defeat T1, especially after they eliminated you last year at Worlds?
那其实，在明天你也要对阵 T1， 对阵 FLICKR 选手。其实之前牙膏也有说过 ，FLICKR 也是你很尊敬的一名选手。今天你在这个舞台上击败了 Chovey， 明天即将面对 FLICKR。其实他们也是去年的世界赛上有击败你们的队伍，所以说明天击败他们对你来讲有多大的重要性呢？
就。 明天很关键吧，因为我看昨天看我几个京东的老队友都赢了，所以说明天我肯定也要拿下。
A crucial, a very important matchup to me because yesterday we saw as so many JDG former teammates have already beaten T1, so I want to beat them again tomorrow as well.
It's going to be an exciting matchup for sure. Can't wait for this one. Yagal, thank you so much for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for being on stage with me once again, and that's all for us here on this side of the MSI stage. Sharks, back to you.
I mean, credit to most of the crowd who were behind BLG before one foot was stepped onto the rift, and their faith is rewarded because it's a 3-0. Welcome everyone to MSI Cooldown. Insane. Bilibili Gaming eliminate the LCK champion Gen G in a GG. Actually, a 3-0 GG Dagda. Unbelievable.
I honestly can't believe what we just saw.
Yeah.
Myself included, so many people doubted BLG coming into this. We're like, look, maybe they can cook up something special. Maybe they can get something to work. But the fact that they stepped up across the board on the day, being even the last remaining member from that MSI winning team last year, making sure that he keeps himself on the road to getting back to finals in this one. Incredible
and this last game was insane.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these team fights, and I know, like, On is a massive difference maker. Yagao on the Ahri, as Vedia said, he has received a lot of criticism, rightfully so in a lot of cases, for his laning, but really trying to find these charms on priority targets, separating things out. Again, we've talked a lot about this with BLG. Like, I feel like every time you talk to a team and it's a boring answer, you're like, how did you win? And they're like, we played their game. But quite honestly, BLG made Gen G play their game today.
I agree, but even in the team fights where Gen G domestically have been so incredibly strong in the LCK, I feel like they couldn't match, like not even remotely, even in straight up 5v fighting. We saw that particularly when it comes to the solo lanes, I think Gen G really fell apart. It's really telling to me that if you look at this, the only ones that it felt like performed up to the level that you'd expect from them domestically was the bot lane, right? Yeah. Doran, we already talked about as a worrying point, but Chovy not being able to maintain the performance that he's had in the tournament thus far and domestically is something that BLG made amazing use of.
Dagda said something cheeky. Do you want to say it again?
Oh, no.
So I say, look, this was what we experienced from Peanut in usual LPL games. Maybe it just wasn't an LCK game, but either way, I think, look, Emily drew this gorgeous little diagram. It was absolutely fantastic. This was the key to beating them today, and the fact that you actually get to see them spread open the fights, make sure that they're able to have these weird skirmishes, playing surprisingly super well on this side on the front line. There were so many different factors to today, and it's incredible to see from BLG.
And I know people hate when analysts mention this, but I have to go back to something that Candice said in the very beginning when we asked her about this team and their unlikely run throughout playoffs, was that this is a team that gets along really, really well together, right? So like, we've seen them int together and we've seen them win together. And I think that actually can take you really, really far. And it is a driving force behind why BLG have looked so coordinated in a lot of these fights.
I mean, it's literally what DRX did last year, right? Like, they were not supposed to be, but they were the 4th seed. They went down all the time, and BLG, at least up until this point, is having a very similar run.
I love this comparison. Now, we got to crown our 1+ player of the series, and it was a contentious one, but I hope you'll allow us on in the support role. Now, Bin had an amazing series. Sean had an amazing series, but his impact on the Braum in terms of these team fights and on the Blitzcrank to give BLG the early advantage that they would need to close out the series, this was a masterclass.
I think it looks absolutely spectacular. Again, the fact that he was so consistently putting himself to exactly where he needs to be in the Braum, whether it's block the Ornult, whether it was try and get in position to block Chovy on the Annie, there were so many different movements that he had to keep track of, but was constantly picking the correct one. And even then, as we started to move into the game 3 as well, these early roams on the Blitzcrank got the early lead for BLG. Every time you saw them try and get through, I don't know how he was landing hooks onto people he was. Like, there were so many times in these fights where it's like, oh yeah, that's gonna hit a tank, and somehow he like diverts it around.
It's again, Yagao misses the charm. They think they're safe and he comes in with...
Yeah, and I think what's really important, and even though this game felt like somewhat of a fever dream, it was like a 15-minute Barrett fight, what is really important, and you already highlighted this, Emily, is that Gen G was never able to ever get into a position where they're able to take tempo, where they're able to snowball. And on to me, particularly on this Blitzcrank, was so essential, and every time that Gen G actually did try to step forward, they would have to either fully respect, or, as happened many times, got caught off guard by that Blitzcrank.
Tabe and Lumao.
Yeah, so it was actually really funny because as we were getting ready for Desk, they were killing the Nexus, and Tabe is already sprinting across stage to jump into the arms of his players. It was really great.
It was great to see. On the player of the series, of course, on as the player of the series, of course, you know, a lot of superstar performances, and I think it was very scrappy, it was very chaotic, it is the way they love to play, but we cannot forget that in those moments, everyone needs to do their job, because otherwise you lose sight of the game, and you lose sight of it specifically against a team like Gen G, who is able to team fight well in their own right. So I know we say often, you know, drag them down and it's chaos and all that, but that's not necessarily easy to execute.
And I think that's the thing, is that like so many times, as we say, they would split open the fights into skirmishes, and a lot of grief was given towards Yagao, but I think in certain moments he really did step up. These charms that were landing onto Pays, causing a lot of issues for them, onto key carries at key moments. And it was this opportunity where you'd have so many different flanks coming in, Elk having that longer range in the Jinx to just free fire this whole time. It made it so difficult for Gen G to play their game. And I think this, as we start to move towards T1 tomorrow as well, is going to cause issues for them too. They have to find a way to deal with this.
Another player I want to call out is Shun, because I highlighted initially how Peanut's early pathing is really intelligent. His lane communication is very good with his laners. I actually thought Shun had a really strong performance, probably the strongest one I've seen out of him at this event. His knowledge of where to be, especially in relation to his bot lane, trying to get them ahead, I think was super, super important, especially in Game 1 and Game 3. I was really impressed because, again, we saw him go up against Kanavi, get some of these leads, and Kanavi was still having more of an impact in that bot lane. So to see that he adjusted and kind of was able to revisit bot so much, get his bot lane ahead, I thought that was really cool.
I also think he kind of showed he'd done his homework. A lot of the things that Gen G do is, hey, I'm not going to cross map as effectively. What I'm going to do is shut you down from playing your game, and then we're going to be able to lean into those team fights at the later stages. And I think Shun did a really good job of kind of looking at that, going, okay, how do I exploit it? And as Emily was saying, like getting down to make these plays happen, but knowing that he wouldn't lose out on his jungle, or warding in effect to make sure that he could spot exactly what was happening from Peanut. It was just so well orchestrated.
It was great to see, and two things can be true at the same time. Billy had a fantastic game, deserves this, but what a monumental collapse out of the side of the LCK champion. Chronicler, I'm just going to give you a few minutes because you must be shell-shocked.
Yes, very much so. I was right. It was a 3-0, but not in the way that we were expecting. Hey, you're happy, Dagda. So that's a little bit of a relief for me. But yeah, what I think is really important to highlight here is that particularly for the solo laners, I think Peanut in Game 3 was a little bit more on the point, even though, as Emily pointed out, in Game 1 and 2, I still didn't think he was great. His over-engage also cost what I think was Game 2, where he went in on the Wukong, and the rest of the team was ready. And it also marks the kind of the divergence of Chovy and Knight, because Knight this tournament has actually been is waiting in the grand final right now to finally cast aside the, I think, justified idea that domestically, as good as he is, internationally, he can't really perform. And unfortunately, today for Chovy, it was the opposite, right? For Doran, it's a little different, because I think Doran is a player that is very momentum-based, where a performance like this doesn't really come as a surprise. But for Chovy specifically, this is a player where we know how good he is, and him not being able to match Yagao in terms of impact is something that domestically just wouldn't make sense, right? And it really shows that the more this happens, the harder it becomes to kind of overcome.
Yeah, you know, if it happens once, shame on. Both shames on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket because, yeah, one LCK team now is left standing to take on the might of the LPL. Tomorrow, no time to relax for BLG, and T1 will have to beat them, will not have to be dragged down to that level or lifted up to that level, depending on your perspective.
Well, to be fair, if there is a team in the LCK that's like, okay, let's roll. I'm fine with it. I think T1 definitely is it, but after today, it really throws aside, I think, a lot of the expectations that we had coming in. I think T1 against Gen G would have considered them favorites, and I'd lean that way, but after with what BLG have shown today, obviously, it becomes a lot more hazy as to who's favorite tomorrow.
Yeah, if I had to pick an LCK team to kind of like be like, yeah, you want to skirmish? Like, let's go. T1 really love showing off that they have hands, that they are incredibly talented mechanical players. So I think these team fights are going to be so much fun. I think another thing that you reminded me of as you were saying that is that literally everyone, including T1 players themselves, including JG players, including pretty much everyone but BLG themselves. We're expecting Gen G to win today. And something you said just reminded me.
I mean, these are pro teams. They prepare for every possibility. We have meetings at the end of the day, and there's a lot less in our blurb for the T1 BLG match, which we're going to make up for right after we sign off here. But it's crazy, right? I mean, there is still a chance that it's just LPL versus LPL in those finals. It is T1 against those two, and it's been great to watch. I can't forget to tell you that it's 1 hour earlier tomorrow and Sunday. The matches will start at noon local time. So that'll be it. We'll sign off for today, BLG. They stay alive one more day here at MSI 2023, and tomorrow they're facing another LCK Titan in T1 for a spot in the grand final. Will they keep defying everyone's expectations? We'll see you then.
It's not even going to be the point. They engage. The dive goes out, but they don't have the damage. Shun is low. Elk is low, but he's got the first blood, and they take down Pays. It's BLG, but Gen.G has to run. Elk surfs over the wall. Zap! And he grabs a second kill. Doran should pick this one up, no problem.
Oh, he missed!
Oh! Wait, no! No, Doran messed it up, and BLG gonna kill instead. The mid laner survives as Yagao goes forward and forces out the ulti from Pays. BLG, look, and Elk flashes in. Health bars are critically low, and Pays is critically dead. BLG are running them all down. 4 men in the dirt. Only Delight still stands, and BLG will march to the Nexus.
But yeah, I mean, it was Delight that started it all up, Bin.
Oh, he flashed in! Bin puts him in the bin! Tibbers, Pays is behind! Winter's Bite is there, and Ben's coming around! Snip, snip! They force him to go gold, and they shut him down with Ben! The rockets are flying, and Gen.G's dying! Ben tries to fight back, Delight is down! They're going after Jovi again! Elk looks for reset! He's trying to cut spacings! The rockets are ready to go! He's excited, and he just can't fight it! It's BLG! Jovi walks into his own jungle, only to find himself right in the path of the Super Mega Dev Rocket. Now On and Ben are ready to keep on chasing as Doran Bailey survives 100 HP. On brings him back, Pays flashes away, and Elk says sayonara. Another beautiful pull from On. Pays under pressure from Ben as Peanut jumps right back into the fight. Yagao still back on the side. Nice! They go in with a buy ulti on to Pays. They're gonna find a lot. They'll force out the Lamb's respite as Doran takes all the damage, and On grabs the shutdown on Pays. It's over. It's done. BLG's won the clean ace as the LPL #2 seed from 5th place in the regular season takes down the best team in Korea and earns their spot in the next round.
for that She ain't